Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Creation of Portkeys. Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer, tired from a long journey? Then join me, sit beside the fireplace, and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. You all set? Good. Let's start the story with one of the most fascinating methods of magical transportation in the wizarding world, the creation of portkeys. In the vast tapestry of magical travel, where witches and wizards traverse great distances in mere moments, portkeys stand as perhaps the most curious and unassuming option. Unlike the jarring crack of apparition or the sooty journey through the flue network, portkeys offer a different experience altogether. One that begins with an ordinary object and ends with an extraordinary journey. Imagine walking through a field at dawn, the grass still wet with dew beneath your feet. Your eyes fall upon what appears to be a discarded Wellington boot, half hidden among wild flowers. To any muggle passing by, it would warrant barely a glance. Perhaps a moment of annoyance at the litter marring the natural landscape. But to those with magical knowledge, such an object might represent something far more significant, a carefully placed portkey waiting to transport travelers to a predetermined destination. The history of portkeys reaches back to medieval times, when wizarding communities were isolated and scattered across the countryside. In those early days, before the refinement of apparition techniques and long before the establishment of the flue network, wizards sought reliable methods to travel between distant villages without revealing their magical nature to suspicious muggle neighbors. The creation of a portkey requires considerable magical skill and precision. At its foundation lies the Portus Charm, a complex spell that weaves together elements. Chapter 2. The Dungeons of Hogwarts. Deep beneath the towering spires and sun-drenched courtyards of Hogwarts Castle lies a world of shadows and secrets, where torchlight flickers against ancient stone and footsteps echo in the hushed darkness. The dungeons of Hogwarts hold centuries of history within their walls, stories etched into the very foundation of the school itself. As you settle more comfortably by our fire, let us descend the worn stone steps that lead below the great hall, where the air grows cooler and the sounds from above fade into a distant murmur. The dungeons were among the first sections of Hogwarts to be constructed, dating back to the Founders' era over 1,000 years ago, when the four greatest witches and wizards of their age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, first laid the foundations of what would become the world's finest school of witchcraft and wizardry. They recognized the need for spaces that could contain powerful magic. The dungeons were designed not merely as cellars or storerooms, but as chambers where potentially dangerous magical experimentation could be conducted safely, isolated from the rest of the castle. Salazar Slytherin, with his affinity for secrecy and security, took particular interest in the dungeon's construction. The network of corridors and chambers bears his architectural influence, the subtle arches that strengthen the ceilings, the clever ventilation systems that cycle fresh air despite being underground, and of course, the intricate water management that prevents flooding from the lake above. Indeed, magical engineering of remarkable sophistication runs through these underground passages, a testament to Slytherin's often overlooked brilliance. The stone used in the dungeon walls differs from that found in the upper castle. If you were to run your fingers along these surfaces, you would feel a distinctive coolness, almost as if the stone itself retains the chill of winter regardless of the season. This is no mere coincidence. The founders selected a rare form of limestone with natural magic-absorbing properties, creating a space where volatile spells could be partially contained should experiments go awry. Illumination in the dungeons comes primarily from torches set in iron brackets along the walls. Unlike the torches in the upper castle, which burn with a warm golden glow, the dungeon torches cast a slightly greenish light, the result of a specialized eternal flame charm developed by Slytherin himself. This distinctive illumination serves a practical purpose beyond mere aesthetics. The particular spectrum of light interacts uniquely with certain potion ingredients, making it easier to identify subtle color changes during brewing. The main dungeon corridor stretches the length of the castle's foundation, with numerous smaller passages branching off like the roots of an ancient tree. Some lead to classrooms and storerooms still in regular use, while others connect to chambers whose purposes have been forgotten over centuries. There are said to be passages that even the Hogwarts caretakers have not explored in living memory, sealed behind walls that appear solid to the untrained eye. Perhaps the most frequently visited area of the dungeons is the potions classroom, where generations of students have learned the subtle science and exact art of potion making. The classroom features long tables of polished stone, resistant to the most caustic ingredients and the occasional explosive mishap. Stone basins with ever-running water line one wall, while the other walls are covered with shelves containing hundreds of glass jars. These vessels hold ingredients both common and rare, everything from mundane dried herbs to preserved specimens that would cause a first-year student to blanch. The air in the potions classroom carries a complex bouquet of scents: bitter herbs, preserved animal parts, mineral compounds, and the lingering traces of 1,000 cauldrons that have bubbled within its walls. Even when empty, the room seems to hold the memory of potions past, a faint miasma of magical brewing that permeates the stone itself. Not far from the potions classroom lies the private office of the potions master, most famously occupied by Severus Snape during Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts. This chamber, smaller and more intimately arranged than the classroom, contains the professor's personal collection of rare ingredients and texts. Glass cabinets line the walls, filled with substances too valuable or dangerous to be kept in the student's storeroom. A desk of dark wood, scarred by centuries of use, dominates the center of the room, while a small fireplace provides the only warmth in this otherwise chilly space. Deeper still in the labyrinth of underground passages lies one of Hogwarts' 4 common rooms, the domain of Slytherin House. Hidden behind a bare stretch of stone wall that only opens to the correct password, the Slytherin Common Room extends partially beneath the Black Lake itself. Elegant windows look out into the underwater depths, occasionally offering glimpses of the giant squid or merpeople swimming past. The room is furnished with leather sofas in deep bottle green, low-backed chairs, and ornate lamps that hang on chains from the ceiling, casting a greenish light similar to the corridor torches. Despite its subterranean location, the Slytherin Common Room possesses a grand, atmospheric quality. A large fireplace dominates one wall, its mantelpiece intricately carved with serpentine figures. Above it hangs a portrait of Salazar Slytherin himself, regarding the room's occupants with a shrewd expression. The acoustics of the space create a curious effect. The gentle lapping of lake water against the windows produces a soothing, almost hypnotic background rhythm that many Slytherin students claim helps them concentrate on their studies. Beyond the commonly accessed areas lie chambers with more specialized purposes. The detention room, a Spartan space with nothing but a desk and chair, has witnessed countless hours of punishment work over the centuries. The walls here are particularly thick, muffling sounds from either direction, a feature that has prompted many students to wonder whether it was designed to contain noise coming in or screams going out. Storage rooms of various sizes house everything from spare cauldrons to preserved magical specimens. One chamber, accessible only to the potions master and the headmaster, contains ingredients too rare or dangerous for regular use. Unicorn blood freely given, a rarity indeed. Phoenix tears stored in crystal vials, and other substances of extraordinary magical potency. The temperature in the dungeons remains remarkably constant throughout the year, cool but not frigid, making it ideal for the preservation of certain magical ingredients and artifacts. This natural climate control was undoubtedly a factor in the founders' decision to place key storage areas underground, even during the height of summer, when the upper castle can grow uncomfortably warm. The dungeons maintain their refreshing coolness. Not all the dungeon's features are purely functional. However, hidden among the utilitarian spaces are touches of beauty and whimsy. Carved gargoyles peer from shadowy corners, their expressions ranging from mischievous to menacing. Occasional alcoves contain small fountains where water bubbles continuously from the mouths of stone serpents, the gentle sound providing a counterpoint to the otherwise silent corridors. The history of the dungeons is not without its darker chapters. During the medieval period, when relations between magical and non-magical people were at their most strained, certain chambers were indeed used as holding cells for those who threatened to expose the school. No actual instruments of torture were ever employed at Hogwarts, despite rumors to the contrary, but the detention areas were secure enough to hold even powerful magic users when necessary. In later centuries, as the need for such security measures diminished, these chambers were repurposed for storage or sealed entirely. Yet their existence remains part of the castle's complex history, a reminder of more dangerous times when the wizarding world faced very real threats from without. The dungeons have witnessed countless events throughout Hogwarts history. They provided shelter during the goblin rebellions of the 18th century, when parts of the upper castle were damaged in the fighting. They served as emergency accommodations during the Dragonpox epidemic of 1793, when many classrooms were converted to infirmary space. During the two Wizarding Wars, the dungeon's inherent defensibility made them natural rally points in emergency response plans. More light-hearted traditions have also taken root in these underground halls. The Slug Club, founded by longtime potions master Horace Slughorn, would often hold its gatherings in a specially decorated dungeon chamber, transformed from its usual stark appearance into an elegant venue with comfortable armchairs, polished tables, and floating candles that cast a warmer light than the usual torches. For many first-year students, their introduction to the dungeons comes as something of a shock. The dramatic transition from the warmth and light of the Great Hall to the cool shadows below can be intimidating. Yet by their 7th year, most develop a certain fondness for these ancient passages. Slytherin students, of course, come to regard the dungeons as home, but even those from other houses often discover favorite quiet corners for study or reflection. The acoustics of the dungeons create unusual effects throughout the underground complex. Some corridors carry whispers for surprising distances, while others muffle even the loudest shouts. Certain junctions form natural amplifiers, where even the softest words spoken at the right spot can be heard clearly at the far end of a hallway. Whether these properties were intentionally designed by the founders or are simply happy accidents of architecture remains a subject of debate among Hogwarts historians. As our exploration of Hogwarts' underground realm draws to a close, imagine yourself climbing the worn stone steps back toward the light and warmth of the main castle, carrying with you the secrets and stories of the dungeons. These ancient chambers, with their green-tinged torchlight and echoing corridors, form an essential part of Hogwarts' character, a place where the foundations of magical education have quite literally been laid in stone. Before we part, consider this. If the walls of the Hogwarts dungeons could speak, which of their countless secrets would you most wish to hear? What forgotten chambers might still wait to be discovered in the shadowy depths beneath Britain's most magical school? Chapter 3. The Surprises Within Wizard Crackers. As winter's chill settles over the wizarding world, and hearths glow with warming flames not unlike our own, magical households prepare for festivities that blend ancient tradition with enchanted wonder. Among these cherished traditions, perhaps none brings quite the same sparkle of anticipation to the eyes of both young and old as the humble yet extraordinary wizard cracker. Unlike their muggle counterparts, which offer little more than a paper hat, a small toy, and a tired joke, wizard crackers transform the simple act of pulling apart festive paper into an event of magnificent proportions. They represent the whimsical intersection of expert charm work, playful creativity, and the wizarding love of the unexpected. The tradition of wizard crackers dates back to the early 16th century, when renowned magical artificer Caractacus Candlewick sought to enliven the somewhat somber winter solstice celebrations of his time. Drawing inspiration from the noise-making charms used to frighten away dark creatures during the longest night of the year, Candlewick created the first detonating delight, a twisted paper tube containing a noise-making spell activated by pulling its ends. What began as a simple noisemaker soon evolved. Candlewick's apprentice, Ophelia Glitterwit, enhanced the original design by adding a charm that released a shower of everlasting sparks in jewel-toned colors. By the late 1500s, the addition of an expansion charm allowed for the inclusion of increasingly elaborate prizes, and the wizard cracker as we know it today began to take shape. Modern wizard crackers are marvels of magical engineering. Their unassuming exterior, often wrapped in shimmering paper that shifts colors like oil on water, belies the complex spellwork contained within. A typical high-quality cracker contains no fewer than 7 distinct enchantments working in harmonious conjunction: a triggering charm activated by the pull, a controlled detonation spell for the satisfying bang, an expansion charm to create space for the prize, a transfiguration spell that forms the gift, a showering charm for the sparks, a voice charm for the musical notes that often accompany the explosion, and a stabilizing spell that prevents the whole arrangement from activating prematurely. The most prestigious manufacturer of wizard crackers for over 2 centuries has been Pyrotechnic Pleasantries, a family business established in 1764 in a small workshop off Diagon Alley. Their signature collection, the 12 Surprises of Christmas, features crackers adorned with hand-painted scenes that animate when touched, illustrating the gifts potentially contained within. The creation process at Pyrotechnic Pleasantries remains largely unchanged since Georgian times. Skilled charm crafters sit at long tables in a workshop hung with dried herbs and magical ingredients, each focusing on a specific component of the cracker's enchantment. The paper itself is soaked in a potion of jubilation and dried over springtime fires, infusing the very material with a sense of celebration before any spells are cast. What truly sets wizard crackers apart from their non-magical equivalents, however, are the extraordinary surprises they contain. Unlike the predictable trinkets found in Muggle crackers, wizard crackers produce gifts that often defy the apparent physical constraints of their size. A single pull might release anything from a set of wizard chess pieces carved from gleaming moonstone to a full-sized wizard hat adorned with stars that actually twinkle, or a flock of golden songbirds that circle the room 3 times singing carols before dissolving into a shower of fragrant petals. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Christmas feast traditionally includes crackers of particularly magnificent quality. Headmasters and headmistresses throughout the centuries have commissioned special editions for the school, believing that the joy and surprise of a truly exceptional cracker forms an important part of the magical education. Students returning to family celebrations after experiencing Hogwarts crackers often find themselves gently disappointed by household varieties, a testament to the exceptional quality of those provided at the school. Professor Albus Dumbledore, during his tenure as headmaster, was known to take particular delight in the cracker tradition, often encouraging staff members to join him in pulling especially large specimens during the feast. Memorable prizes from Hogwarts crackers have included live white mice, luminous balloons that float near the ceiling for weeks without deflating, and elegant admiral's hats that Professor Dumbledore himself would wear with evident satisfaction for the remainder of the meal. The extensive variety of potential prizes is a closely guarded trade secret among cracker manufacturers. Enchanted objects can be programmed with multiple possibilities, with the final manifestation determined only at the moment of pulling. This element of true surprise, where even the maker cannot predict exactly what will emerge, is considered the hallmark of the finest quality crackers. Specialty crackers cater to specific interests or age groups. Children's varieties might produce anima, toy animals that follow their new owner for hours before dissolving into candy, while those designed for adults might contain elegant self-filling fountain pens books with pages that turn themselves at the reader's pace, or bottles of oak-matured mead that never empty until the 12th night of Christmas. The sound a wizard cracker makes when pulled varies by manufacturer and quality. The finest examples produce not merely a bang but a harmonious chord that resonates pleasantly in the chest, sometimes accompanied by a brief shower of musical notes that dance visibly in the air for several seconds before fading. Budget versions, conversely, might emit a somewhat discordant pop, occasionally accompanied by an excess of colored smoke that can temporarily stain fingers or tablecloths. Beyond the sound and the prize, wizard crackers often include other enchanted elements. Some release magical scents, the crisp freshness of new snow, the warm spice of mulled cider, or the sweet richness of just-baked gingerbread. Others might create fleeting light shows, with miniature constellations briefly mapping themselves across the ceiling before twinkling out, or produce a momentary fall of indoor snow that vanishes before reaching the floor. The paper hats that emerge from wizard crackers deserve special mention. Unlike their flimsy Muggle counterparts, these are works of transformative magic. A standard wizard cracker hat might change color to complement the wearer's outfit, or sprout decorative elements that reflect their personality or mood. Premium versions can include enchantments that keep the wearer pleasantly warm outdoors, translate foreign languages when worn, or even confer temporary immunity to minor jinxes, a particularly useful feature at family gatherings where magical high spirits might otherwise lead to inconvenient hexing. Collecting rare or vintage wizard crackers has become something of a niche interest among certain wizarding families. Unopened crackers from significant historical periods, such as those manufactured during the International Wizarding Convention of 1832 or the Victory celebrations of 1998, can command extraordinary prices at auction. The Magic Antiquities Museum in London maintains a collection of preserved cracker prizes dating back to the 17th century, including what is believed to be the oldest surviving example, a delicate silver whistle that still summons spectral songbirds when blown. Not all wizard crackers are created equal, of course. The market includes everything from luxury handcrafted examples, such as those produced by Twilfit and Tatting's Special Orders Department, which are wrapped in actual gold leaf and can contain prizes valued at over 100 galleons, to mass-produced varieties sold in Diagon Alley shops and village stores throughout magical Britain. The Weasley's Wizard Wheez's Joke Shop introduced a controversial line called Cackling Crackers that, rather than producing prizes, would transform briefly into miniature imps that told increasingly ribald jokes before exploding in a shower of confetti. The popularity of wizard crackers extends well beyond Britain. In France, the Craqueurs Magnifiques tradition sees crackers attached to the branches of enchanted trees, pulling themselves at midnight on Christmas Eve to shower sleepy households with gifts. Russian wizards prefer the gromki podarki, or loud gifts, elongated crackers nearly a meter in length that produce specially enlarged prizes and a thunderous boom that is said to drive away winter spirits. The magic within wizard crackers is typically designed to be temporary. Most prizes will gradually fade and disappear within a few weeks of the celebration, though higher quality items may last months or even become permanent additions to a household. This ephemeral quality is considered part of their charm. They represent fleeting moments of joy and surprise that cannot be preserved indefinitely, much like the holiday season itself. For wizarding children, the crackers often form a core memory of holiday celebrations. The anticipation as the feast reaches its conclusion, the careful selection of which cracker to choose from the array on the table, the search for a partner with whom to pull, and finally, the breathless moment after the musical bang, as the prize materializes in a shower of sparks. These experiences create the texture of childhood recollections that last a lifetime. Even among adult wizards, there remains something uniquely captivating about the moment of pulling a cracker. Perhaps it is the brief connection to childhood wonder, or simply the rare experience of genuine surprise in a world where magic makes so much predictable. Whatever the reason, the tradition endures and evolves, bringing moments of shared delight to wizarding gatherings year after year. As the fire begins to settle into glowing embers and our exploration of wizard crackers draws to a close, perhaps you might consider, if you were to design your own perfect wizard cracker, what impossible treasure would you enchant it to contain, and with whom would you most wish to share that moment of surprise and delight? Chapter 4. The Riots at the 1994 Quidditch World Cup. Beneath a velvet summer sky strewn with stars, where the excitement of thousands of witches and wizards hung in the air like a tangible force, one of the most anticipated sporting events in wizarding history was about to reach its magnificent conclusion. The 1994 Quidditch World Cup final represented the pinnacle of international magical sport, a glorious celebration soon to be overshadowed by events that would send ripples of unease throughout the wizarding community. The journey to this fateful summer night began years earlier. The International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee had selected Britain to host the 422nd Quidditch World Cup after an exhaustive bidding process. For the British Ministry of Magic, particularly the Department of Magical Games and Sports, this represented both a tremendous honor and a logistical challenge of unprecedented scale. Imagine, if you will, the complexity of preparing for such an event. A suitable location had to be found, one remote enough to ensure privacy from the Muggle world, yet capable of accommodating tens of thousands of magical visitors from across the globe. The ministry settled on a moor in Dartmoor, Devon, a windswept expanse of natural beauty, far from prying Muggle eyes. There, over the course of several months, an army of ministry workers labored to establish the infrastructure necessary for the tournament. Under the direction of Ludo Bagman, former beater for the Wimborne Wasps, and then head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, the preparation involved extraordinary feats of magical engineering. A stadium was constructed that could seat 100,000 spectators, its golden walls rising like a mirage from the heather-covered landscape. Invisibility charms of unprecedented scale kept the massive structure hidden from Muggle view, while Muggle-repelling charms diverted any hikers or tourists who might accidentally wander too close. The logistical preparations extended far beyond the stadium itself. An entire temporary magical settlement sprang up around the venue, a vast camping ground divided into sections for visitors from different nations. The Department of Magical Transportation coordinated the creation of over 200 portkeys at designated arrival points throughout Britain, carefully scheduled to bring visitors to the site without overwhelming the processing capabilities of the harried ministry officials. For months before the final, qualifying matches had been played around the world, gradually narrowing the field to just two teams, Ireland and Bulgaria. The Irish team, resplendent in their emerald green robes, had dominated the tournament with their exceptional chasers, Troy, Mullet, and Moran, whose precision passing and goal-scoring abilities had become legendary. Bulgaria, by contrast, relied heavily on the extraordinary talents of a single player, Viktor Krum, widely regarded as the most gifted seeker of his generation. As the day of the final match arrived, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The campsite became a sea of green and red, as supporters displayed their team colors proudly. Irish fans had charmed their tents with shamrocks that glowed with an internal light, while Bulgarian supporters displayed intimidating posters of Viktor Krum that scowled down at passers-by. Vendors moved through the crowd selling everything from commemorative programs to figurines of players that walked across the palm of your hand. The match itself exceeded even the most optimistic expectations. As twilight deepened into night, 100,000 witches and wizards took their seats in the vast stadium. The pre-game ceremony dazzled the crowd. The Bulgarian team mascots, the Vila, entranced the spectators with their otherworldly beauty and dance, while the Irish leprechauns formed spectacular patterns against the night sky, showering the stands with gold coins that would vanish hours later. When the teams took to the air, flying faster than seemed humanly possible, the roar from the crowd was deafening. The Irish chasers demonstrated their renowned skill, scoring repeatedly despite the best efforts of the Bulgarian keeper. Viktor Krum performed feats of aerial acrobatics that drew gasps of awe even from those supporting the opposing team. The commentator's voice, magically amplified to reach every corner of the stadium, could barely be heard over the crowd's reactions. In a twist that would be discussed in Quidditch circles for years to come, Bulgaria's star seeker Victor Krum caught the golden snitch, ending the game on his own terms, even though the capture handed overall victory to Ireland. The final score, Ireland 170, Bulgaria 160, reflected both the Irish team's superior goal scoring and Krum's individual brilliance. As the teams took their victory lap around the stadium, the Irish players exultant in their triumph, the Bulgarian team dignified in defeat. Few could have predicted how quickly the celebratory atmosphere would darken. The revelry continued long into the night. In the campsite, Irish supporters celebrated their victory with music and singing, green sparks shooting into the air from countless wands. Even many Bulgarian fans, though disappointed by the result, joined in the festive atmosphere, recognizing they had witnessed a match that would go down in Quidditch history. It was in the deepest hours of the night, when many had retired to their tents and others dozed beside dying campfires, that the first signs of trouble emerged. A commotion arose from the eastern edge of the campsite, shouts and screams that initially might have been mistaken for continued celebration, but soon revealed themselves as something far more sinister. A group of masked figures had appeared, moving in a tight formation through the campground, clad in long dark robes and hoods, their faces concealed behind masks reminiscent of human skulls. They moved with chilling purpose. Above them, suspended in the air by their wands, 4 struggling figures were being contorted into grotesque positions. The Muggle family who owned the campsite, including 2 small children, their terrified faces illuminated by the colored lights, still decorating the tents below. The masked wizards, Death Eaters, though many present that night had not seen their like since the fall of Lord Voldemort 13 years earlier, carved a path of destruction through the campsite. Tents were blasted aside or set aflame, creating chaos as sleepy witches and wizards emerged confused and frightened into the night. The crowd that had earlier united in appreciation of sporting excellence now fragmented in panic, some fleeing into the nearby woods, others attempting to stand their ground and protect those around them. Ministry officials responded with admirable speed, though initially uncoordinated. Law enforcement personnel apparated into the scene of destruction, trying to contain the situation without causing further harm to the suspended Muggles. The senior ministry official present, Barty Crouch Sr., authorized the use of more aggressive spellwork to subdue the attackers, though in the confusion and darkness, effective response proved challenging. It was into this chaos that a new terror erupted. From the edge of the woods where many had sought refuge, a single voice spoke an incantation that had not been heard openly in Britain for 13 years, Morse mortar. A vast green light erupted skyward, coalescing into an image that sent waves of fear through all who recognized it. A colossal skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. The dark mark, Lord Voldemort's signature, hung glittering above the campsite. The effect was immediate and electric. The masked attackers, seeing the sign, immediately dissipated, abandoning their sport with the Muggle family, who fell 20 feet to the ground but were saved from serious injury by quick-thinking ministry wizards. The panicked crowd now froze, staring upward at the sinister constellation with expressions ranging from confusion to abject terror. For the younger generation, who had grown up in the years of peace following Voldemort's downfall, the symbol might have been merely a frightening curiosity, but for those who had lived through the First Wizarding War, the dark mark represented something much more. It was the sign left above homes where murder had been committed, a claiming of victims, a declaration of power. Its appearance at an international sporting event sent a clear message that dark forces were growing bold once more. In the immediate aftermath, Ministry of Magic personnel worked frantically to restore order and minimize the breach of the International Statute of Secrecy. The memory of the Muggle campsite owner and his family was modified, their recollection of the night's events replaced with benign alternatives. Damage to the campsite was repaired with remarkable efficiency, tents restored and fires extinguished before dawn broke. The investigation that followed yielded few immediate results. No Death Eaters were apprehended during the incident, having dissipated before they could be identified or captured. The casting of the dark mark itself was eventually traced to a wand stolen from young wizard Harry Potter, though it became clear he was not the caster. Instead, suspicion fell briefly upon his house elf Winky, though the notion that a house elf would or could cast Voldemort's sign was met with skepticism by most investigators. The political ramifications within the British Ministry of Magic were swift and significant. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge faced harsh criticism for the security failures, particularly from foreign magical governments, whose citizens had been endangered. Barty Crouch Sr., once a leading candidate to become Minister for Magic himself, found his reputation further tarnished by his house elf's proximity to the incident, leading to a gradual decline in his influence within the ministry. International magical cooperation, which had reached a high point with the successful hosting of the World Cup, suffered a temporary setback. Foreign ministries questioned Britain's ability to maintain security at large-scale magical events, leading to increased scrutiny of the planned revival of the Triwizard Tournament scheduled to take place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry later that same year. For the average witch or wizard, the riot cast a shadow over what should have been a purely joyful sporting occasion. The Daily Prophet's coverage in the days following oscillated between downplaying the seriousness of the incident and sensationalizing it, creating a confused public narrative. Many families who had attended the match found themselves recounting not the spectacular plays or the unexpected outcome, but rather the fear they had felt seeing the dark mark illuminate the night sky. Perhaps most significantly, the events at the Quidditch World Cup represented the first public activity of Death Eaters since the fall of Voldemort, while the Ministry publicly characterized it as the actions of isolated individuals, perhaps former supporters who had overindulged in fire whiskey and engaged in reminiscence of darker times. Those more attuned to the currents of magical society recognized it as something more ominous, a harbinger. For some who had fought against Voldemort during his first rise to power, the riot confirmed private fears that the peace they had enjoyed was merely an intermission rather than a conclusion. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most respected wizards in the world, had maintained for years that Voldemort would eventually return. The events at the World Cup lent credence to his concern, though few were ready to embrace such a troubling conclusion. In historical perspective, the 1994 Quidditch World Cup riots now appear clearly as a prelude, the first public stirring of forces that would, within a year, coalesce around a resurrected Lord Voldemort. The dark mark that hung over the campsite that night can be seen as a grim foreshadowing of the Second Wizarding War that would soon engulf magical Britain. Yet, in the days immediately following, most preferred to focus on the spectacular match itself, rather than its disturbing conclusion. Quidditch enthusiasts analyzed Crumb's decision to catch the snitch, despite being behind on points. Sports historians placed the game in the context of previous World Cup finals, and children across the magical world attempted to recreate the Bulgarian seeker's famous Wronski feint on their toy broomsticks. As the embers of our fire burn lower, casting long shadows across the room, consider this. How might the course of wizarding history have changed had the warning signs visible that night been heeded more widely? In what ways do celebrations, moments when we lower our guards in joy, sometimes reveal undercurrents in society that remain hidden in everyday life? Chapter 5. The influence of Lucius Malfoy. In the shadow-filled corridors of power, where whispers carry more weight than proclamations, certain figures move with a particular grace born of privilege and ambition. Among these, few have navigated the complex currents of wizarding politics with the calculated precision of Lucius Malfoy, whose platinum hair and imperious bearing became synonymous with influence exercised from just beyond the spotlight. As our fire casts long shadows across the room, let us examine the life and legacy of a man whose name alone could open doors barred to most, whose generous donations masked self-serving motives, and whose public persona concealed a darker allegiance. The Malfoy lineage stretches back through British wizarding history like a silver thread, visible in the tapestry of power for nearly 1,000 years. According to family records, the first Malfoy arrived in Britain with William the Conqueror's Norman invasion, quickly establishing himself among the new magical elite. Throughout centuries, the family accumulated wealth, land, and influence, always maintaining a careful distance from the mundane concerns of the common wizard, while exercising considerable sway over the governance of magical society. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy was born in the waning days of 1953 to one of Wizarding Britain's oldest pureblood families. From his earliest years, he was groomed for a position of prominence. At Malfoy Manor, the imposing family estate in Wiltshire, whose grounds have been expanded through strategic marriages and occasional intimidation, young Lucius absorbed lessons in magical history, genealogy, and politics alongside his formal education. The Sorting Hat's placement of Lucius in Slytherin House surprised no one. Generations of Malfoys had worn the green and silver before him. During his years at Hogwarts, he cultivated a circle of like-minded students from prominent families, displaying an intuitive understanding of how to forge alliances based on shared interests and mutual benefit. Even as a prefect, his leadership style relied less on direct authority and more on subtle influence, a foreshadowing of his adult approach to power. After completing his education with impressive, if not exceptional, academic achievements, Lucius moved seamlessly into Wizarding Society's upper echelons. His marriage to Narcissa Black in 1974 represented not merely a personal union, but a strategic alliance between two of the most prominent pureblood families remaining in Britain. The Black family, with its ancient lineage and formidable reputation, complemented the Malfoys' wealth and political connections. It was during this period of early adulthood that Lucius made the decision that would shape, and ultimately shatter, his carefully constructed world. As Lord Voldemort's influence grew among pure-blood circles, presenting a vision of wizarding society that resonated with long-held Malfoy beliefs about magical superiority, Lucius pledged his allegiance to the rising Dark Wizard. This choice, made when Voldemort still maintained a veneer of political legitimacy in certain quarters, would later be characterized by Lucius as the result of coercion and threats. However, contemporary accounts from those within Voldemort's inner circle suggest Lucius joined willingly, attracted by the promise of a wizarding world, reshaped according to pure-blood supremacist ideals that had been whispered in Malfoy Manor for generations. During the First Wizarding War, Lucius operated primarily as a financier and political facilitator rather than a front-line combatant. His wealth funded Death Eater operations, while his growing connections within the Ministry of Magic provided valuable intelligence. Unlike the more visibly fanatical followers of Voldemort, Lucius maintained a carefully cultivated public persona, the aristocratic philanthropist, concerned with preserving wizarding traditions and protecting magical society from what he viewed as dilution and degradation. When Voldemort fell in 1981, defeated by infant Harry Potter, in circumstances that bewildered the wizarding world, Lucius demonstrated the remarkable adaptability that would become his hallmark. While others proclaimed undying loyalty or fled Britain entirely, Lucius claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse, a defense that, combined with strategic donations and exploitation of ministry connections, secured his freedom while many of his former associates were sentenced to Azkaban. The years following Voldemort's disappearance saw Lucius ascend to the pinnacle of his influence. His appointment to the Hogwarts Board of Governors provided oversight of magical education, while his close relationship with Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge granted him unprecedented access to policy decisions. The Malfoy name appeared regularly in the society pages of the Daily Prophet, associated with generous donations to St. Mungo's Hospital, the funding of a new wing at the ministry, and patronage of various cultural institutions. Beneath this veneer of respectability, however, Lucius continued to advance an agenda aligned with his true beliefs. His opposition to Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act revealed his continued disdain for Muggle-wizard relations. His campaign against Albus Dumbledore's progressive leadership at Hogwarts demonstrated his desire to maintain pure-blood influence over magical education, and his private collection of dark artifacts, carefully hidden from ministry inspection, suggested his attraction to forbidden magic remained undiminished. The Malfoy influence operated through multiple channels, each cultivated with precision. Perhaps most visible was the direct financial leverage Lucius exerted through charitable contributions that created obligations among the recipients. Generous donations to the Ministry of Magic were timed to coincide with policy decisions affecting Malfoy interests, creating an environment where officials became reluctant to act against a benefactor whose galleons funded their departments. More subtle was Lucius's mastery of information as currency. His network of connections provided insights into ministerial appointments, regulatory changes, and enforcement priorities, allowing him to position himself advantageously before information became public. This intelligence gathering operated in both directions. Lucius selectively shared information with ministry officials, establishing himself as a valuable source whose other contributions might be overlooked. Perhaps most powerful was his cultivation of personal relationships with key decision-makers. Cornelius Fudge, whose insecurities made him particularly susceptible to flattery, found in Lucius a seemingly respectful advisor who reinforced his decisions and boosted his confidence. Their relationship extended beyond professional interaction to social engagements, with Fudge becoming a regular guest at Malfoy Manor, further blurring the line between personal friendship and political influence. The Malfoy approach to power rarely involved direct confrontation or obvious threats. Instead, Lucius mastered the art of the implied consequence. A raised eyebrow during a ministry meeting when an unfavorable proposal was raised, a casual mention of his friendship with the editor of the Daily Prophet when speaking to a politician concerned about public image, or a pointed question about an official's family member recently seeking employment. None of these constituted explicit threats, yet all carried unmistakable weight. Physical manifestations of the Malfoy influence could be seen throughout Wizarding Britain. The family's name appeared on plaques and donor lists at most major magical institutions. Their financial support sustained publications that aligned with their worldview. The architecture of the ministry itself bore the imprint of Malfoy patronage, with the Fountain of Magical Brethren in the atrium, depicting a wizard at the center of a harmonious magical world, funded largely by Malfoy gold. The birth of Draco Malfoy in 1980 introduced a new dimension to Lucius's ambitions. Beyond personal power and family prestige, he now focused on creating a legacy that his son would inherit and extend. The careful grooming of Draco began early, with the boy absorbing his father's worldview regarding pure blood superiority and the proper hierarchy of wizarding society. Whether through nature or nurture, Draco developed many of his father's mannerisms: the drawling speech, the dismissive attitude toward those deemed inferior, and the expectation of deference from others. As a Hogwarts school governor, Lucius maintained a particular interest in the institution's direction. His opposition to Dumbledore's leadership represented more than personal animosity. It reflected a fundamental disagreement about the purpose of magical education and the place of Muggle-born students within it. Lucius envisioned a Hogwarts that reinforced traditional hierarchies and prepared pure-blood students for leadership rather than Dumbledore's more egalitarian approach. This conflict came to a head during the events surrounding the opening of the Chamber of Secrets in 1992, in what would later be revealed as a calculated move to discredit Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act. Lucius planted Tom Riddle's diary, a dark artifact entrusted to him by Lord Voldemort years earlier, on young Ginny Weasley. The consequences exceeded even his expectations, as the diary's possession of Ginny led to the chamber's opening and the near death of multiple students. The incident revealed both Lucius's ruthlessness and his miscalculation. His willingness to endanger children for political advantage demonstrated how deeply his ideology had corrupted his moral compass. Yet his failure to anticipate the diary's true nature, a horcrux containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, illustrated the limitations of his understanding and control. Dumbledore's orchestration of Lucius's removal from the Hogwarts Board of Governors represented one of the few public checks on Malfoy influence during this period. Even then, the setback proved temporary. Within a year, Lucius had sufficiently rehabilitated his standing to occupy a place of honor at the Quidditch World Cup, seated near the Minister for Magic himself. The relationship between Lucius and the Dark Lord he served contained complexities and contradictions that defined Malfoy's later years. While genuinely committed to the ideology of pure blood supremacy, Lucius clearly valued his family's prominence and comfort above absolute loyalty to Voldemort. This tension would eventually place him in an untenable position when Voldemort returned to physical form in 1995. Initially, Lucius resumed his place in the Inner Circle, offering Malfoy Manor as headquarters for Death Eater operations. Yet his failures, particularly the fiasco at the Department of Mysteries where a group of schoolchildren thwarted experienced Death Eaters and destroyed a prophecy Voldemort sought, led to his fall from favor. His subsequent imprisonment in Azkaban marked the beginning of the Malfoy family's decline. The influence Lucius had so carefully cultivated proved surprisingly fragile when its foundation was exposed. Ministry officials who had once eagerly accepted his invitations now distanced themselves. Institutions that had welcomed Malfoy patronage quietly removed his name from prominent display. The respect his presence had commanded gave way to whispers and sidelong glances. Perhaps most painful for Lucius was witnessing his son Draco thrust into a role for which he was unprepared, designated by Voldemort to complete a near-impossible task as punishment for his father's failures. The assignment to kill Albus Dumbledore represented not an opportunity for Draco to prove himself, but a cruel sentence intended to result in the boy's failure and death, further punishing Lucius for his inadequacies in the Dark Lord's service. After Voldemort's final defeat in 1997, the Malfoy family found themselves in the unprecedented position of vulnerability. Their last-minute defection from Voldemort's cause, motivated not by moral awakening but by Narcissa's concern for Draco, spared them from imprisonment but could not restore their former standing. The family retreated to Malfoy Manor, their public influence evaporated, their name synonymous with a discredited ideology. Yet even in this diminished state, echoes of Lucius Malfoy's influence persisted in Wizarding Britain. The networks he had established, though dormant, remained intact. The prejudices he had nurtured continued to find expression in subtle ways throughout magical society, and the model of influence he had perfected, operating through financial leverage, information control, and personal connection, provided a template for others with similar ambitions. In examining Lucius Malfoy's life and influence, we confront uncomfortable truths about how power operates in any society, magical or muggle. His methods exploited existing structures rather than creating new ones. He identified leverage points within established institutions and applied pressure precisely where it would yield maximum benefit for minimum exposure. The effectiveness of his approach suggests vulnerabilities in systems of governance that extend beyond the specific circumstances of Wizarding Britain. The firelight grows dimmer now, the shadows longer across our room. As we conclude our exploration of Lucius Malfoy's influence, consider this question: in what ways might we recognize similar patterns of hidden influence in our own communities, and what qualities of character serve as the most effective defense against such manipulation? Chapter 6. The network of the Floo system. Through dancing flames that cast their gentle glow across our shared sanctuary, we glimpse one of the wizarding world's most ingenious creations, a transportation network, as elegant as it is practical, connecting hearth to hearth across Britain in a web of magical pathways. The Floo network, with its distinctive green flames and spinning journeys, offers us a window into how wizarding innovation transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. The origins of the Flu network lie in the early medieval period, a time when wizarding communities were scattered across the British Isles, isolated not only from Muggles but often from each other. While skilled adult wizards could operate between locations, this method excluded children, the elderly, and those without the magical aptitude for such challenging magic. A more inclusive form of transportation was needed, one that could connect the disparate elements of magical society. It was Ignatia Wildsmith, a brilliant witch born in 1227, who developed the first iteration of what would become the Flu network. Already renowned for her innovative approach to practical magic, Wildsmith had been experimenting with various methods of enhancing fire for both warmth and utility. According to the accounts preserved in her personal journals, now kept in the Department of Magical Transportation Archives, her breakthrough came quite by accident. While attempting to create a flame that would cook food to perfection regardless of the cook's attention, Wildsmith added a combination of herbs and magical elements to her workshop fire. The resulting emerald blaze transported her pet Kneazle, who had been sleeping near the hearth, directly to her sister's house several villages away. The startled animal's appearance from the fireplace reportedly caused considerable confusion until Wildsmith herself followed the same route, having deduced the magical potential of her creation. Over the next decade, Wildsmith refined her discovery, developing the powder we now know as Flu powder, a fine, glittering substance that, when thrown into an ordinary fire, transforms it into a conduit between connected fireplaces. The exact formula remains a closely guarded secret, known only to the Flu Network Authority and the single family entrusted with its production, but it is known to include powered billywig stings, ash from a homping willow, and the crystallized essence of salamander blood. The establishment of a formal network, rather than individual connections between fireplaces, came approximately a century later. As wizarding governance became more structured with the formation of the Wizards' Council, the precursor to the Ministry of Magic, the need for a regulated transportation system became apparent. Wilfred Watkins, then head of magical transportation, envisioned a comprehensive network connecting all wizarding homes and establishments, maintained and monitored through a central authority. The physical infrastructure of the Flu network represents one of the most impressive magical engineering feats in British wizarding history. Unlike many magical systems that exist purely through spellwork, the Flu network requires both magical and physical components working in harmony. Each connected fireplace contains a small, often unnoticeable rune carved into the hearthstone, serving as an anchor point for the network's magic. These runes, typically placed during the fireplace's construction or added during the connection process, create what magical engineers call a sympathetic resonance with the central hub of the network. This central hub, housed deep within the Ministry of Magic, consists of an enormous three-dimensional model of Britain, with thousands of tiny glowing points representing each connected fireplace. Specially trained wizards monitor this model around the clock, observing the patterns of travel, identifying disruptions, and managing the expansion of the network as new connections are added. The model itself is a wonder of magical craftsmanship, adapting automatically as fireplaces are connected or removed from the system. The sensation of traveling by Flu, familiar to most witches and wizards from childhood, combines elements of both comfort and disorientation. The initial step into emerald flames brings not the expected heat of fire, but rather a pleasant tickling sensation, like gentle fingers of warmth enveloping the traveler. As the network engages, travelers experience the distinctive spinning motion, glimpsing dozens or even hundreds of other wizarding hearths as they whirl past at extraordinary speed. Experienced Flu travelers learn to keep their elbows tucked in and their eyes closed, reducing both physical bumps and the nausea that can accompany watching the blur of passing fireplaces. The governance of the Flu network falls under the jurisdiction of the Flu Network Authority, a division of the Department of Magical Transportation. This body regulates connections, maintains the infrastructure, and enforces the surprisingly extensive body of regulations surrounding Flu travel. New connections must be approved through a formal application process, assessing the suitability of the fireplace, the security implications of the connection, and compliance with building regulations. The Flu Network Regulations of 1687, amended numerous times, but still forming the core of Flu governance, established key principles that continue to shape the system. These include the right to privacy. No traveler may exit at a destination other than the one announced. The responsibility of maintenance. All connected homes must keep their fireplaces in good repair, and the limitations of usage. Commercial transportation of goods requires additional licensing. Maintaining the integrity of the network requires constant vigilance. Magical interference, improper fireplace construction, or unauthorized tampering can create dangerous anomalies within the system. The most common problem, mispronounced destinations leading to incorrect arrivals, is relatively benign, typically resulting in embarrassment rather than injury. More serious are blockages caused by improperly maintained chimneys or magical residue from potions work near the hearth, which can trap travelers in a deeply unpleasant limbo between locations. The most severe incidents in Flu Network history have involved deliberate sabotage. During the Goblin Rebellion of 1752, rebel forces temporarily disconnected the Ministry of Magic's fireplaces, delaying the official response to uprisings in northern England. More recently, during both Wizarding Wars, the Flu Network became a target for those seeking to disrupt magical society's basic functions. The network's vulnerability to such interference led to the development of enhanced security measures, including monitoring charms that detect unauthorized access attempts and alert the Flu Network Authority. Despite these occasional disruptions, the reliability of the Flu Network has made it the backbone of wizarding transportation for centuries. For everyday travel, visiting friends, commuting to work, or sending children to playdates, the convenience of stepping into one's own fireplace and emerging moments later at the desired destination has become so commonplace that many wizards take it entirely for granted. Beyond simple transportation, the Flu Network has shaped wizarding architecture and social patterns in subtle but significant ways. The prominence of the fireplace in wizarding homes exceeds even its importance in Muggle dwellings, with the hearth serving as both literal and metaphorical center of the household. Architectural plans for wizarding homes typically begin with the placement of the main fireplace, with other elements arranged around this focal point. Even in warm regions where heating is rarely necessary, wizarding homes maintain large, functional fireplaces to accommodate Flu travel. The social implications extend to etiquette and hospitality customs unique to magical society. The phrase, "My fire is open to you," represents one of the most sincere invitations in wizarding culture, signifying not merely welcome, but the literal connection of one's home to another's through the network. Conversely, a family that closes their grate to another indicates a serious breach in relations, severing both physical and symbolic connections. For children in wizarding families, the Flu Network often represents their first experience of magical transportation. The milestone of a child's first solo Flu journey is marked with both excitement and anxiety in many households, typically a short trip to a grandparent's or close family friend's home, carefully monitored by adults at both ends. This rite of passage usually occurs around age 7 or 8, though particularly cautious families might delay until just before a child leaves for Hogwarts. Fascinating regional variations exist within the broader Flu Network. In Scotland's remote magical communities, where distances between wizarding dwellings can be vast, the network incorporates relay points, unmanned waystation fireplaces, established in carefully hidden locations to strengthen the connection over long distances. In Wales, the particularly musical pronunciation required for some destinations has led to the tradition of singing rather than speaking one's destination, resulting in the distinctive melodic Flu calls recognized throughout the region. International Flu travel presents both technical and regulatory challenges that have limited its implementation. While connections exist between Britain and Ireland, and limited networks operate between continental European countries, long-distance Flu travel remains impractical due to the exponential increase in magical energy required to maintain connections over great distances. Experiments with transoceanic flu connections in the early 20th century resulted in several near disasters, leading to international agreements restricting such attempts. Instead, international flu regulatory bodies maintain connection points at designated locations, typically within each nation's magical government buildings or at established international portals. A witch wishing to travel from London to Paris would first flew to the International Flu Office at the Ministry, then proceed through a specialized connection to the French Ministry's arrival hall, in a process somewhat analogous to Muggle air travel's connection flights. The commercial aspects of the flu network extend beyond passenger travel. The regulated transportation of goods through the network, known as flu freight, forms an essential component of wizarding commerce. Specialized variants of flu powder allow packages and products to be sent unaccompanied between connected fireplaces, though size limitations and the potential for soot damage restrict this practice to certain types of merchandise. Diagon Alley's businesses rely heavily on this system, with shops receiving daily deliveries directly through their backroom fireplaces. The largest such operation belongs to Flourish and Blots, whose specialized receiving fireplace, nearly twice the size of a standard connection, allows for the daily arrival of book shipments from publishers throughout magical Britain. Similarly, apothecaries receive fresh ingredients through carefully timed flu deliveries, ensuring potions components arrive at peak potency. The flu network intersects with other forms of magical communication in intriguing ways. The technique of speaking through the fire, placing one's head into green flames while keeping the body stationary, offers an alternative to owl post for urgent messages. This method, which developed naturally as practitioners discovered that the transportation aspect of flu travel could be partially engaged, provides immediate conversation without the inconvenience of full physical travel. During particularly harsh winter storms, when even the hardiest owls struggle to make deliveries, the flu call system often experiences its heaviest usage. The Ministry maintains expanded capacity during such periods, as wizards and witches across Britain simultaneously attempt to check on distant relatives or make alternative arrangements for delayed meetings. The development of flu regulation mirrors broader patterns in wizarding governance. Initial management was minimal, with Ignatia Wildsmith herself certifying new connections during her lifetime. As usage expanded, local oversight committees formed in major wizarding settlements, operating with considerable autonomy. Only with the formalization of the Ministry of Magic in 1707 did centralized control become established, bringing standardization but also increased bureaucracy. Today's Flu Network Authority balances regulation with accessibility, maintaining the network's integrity while ensuring reasonable access for the wizarding population. Applications for new connections typically process within 6 to 8 weeks, though remote locations or unusually configured fireplaces may require special inspection. Fees remain modest, deliberately set to ensure economic status presents no barrier to network access. The resilience of the flu network through centuries of use testifies to the genius of its original conception. Unlike some magical innovations that fade as newer methods emerge, flu travel has maintained its central role in wizarding transportation, complementing rather than competing with apparition, portkeys, and broom flight. Each method offers distinct advantages. Apparition provides immediacy. Portkeys enable group travel to precise locations. Brooms offer the joy of flight, but flu travel uniquely combines accessibility, relative comfort, and the heart-to-heart connection of home fireplaces. As the flames of our own fire shift and dance before us, consider how the simple hearth, a feature of human dwellings since time immemorial, transformed through magical innovation into a portal connecting distant spaces. The Flu Network represents wizardkind's remarkable ability to build upon tradition while transcending its limitations, creating systems that honor ancient practices while expanding their possibilities. As the evening grows late and our discussion of the Flu Network concludes, what connections in your own life might you reimagine or strengthen? What overlooked or ordinary elements of your world might, with the right perspective, reveal extraordinary potential for bringing distant things nearer. Chapter 7. The Kitchens of Hogwarts. Beneath the grandeur of the Great Hall, where enchanted ceilings mirror the sky and floating candles cast their golden glow over 4 long house tables, lies another realm altogether, a bustling heart of culinary magic that few Hogwarts students ever glimpse. The kitchens of Hogwarts represent not merely a place where food is prepared, but a complex ecosystem of magical provisioning, cultural preservation, and unexpected kindness. As we settle more comfortably by our fire, imagine descending the broad stone staircase leading to the basement level of Hogwarts Castle. The corridors here are warmer than those above, heated by the massive ovens and hearths that operate day and night. Following the increasingly enticing aromas of baking bread, simmering stews, and the distinctive scent of treacle tart, you would eventually find yourself before a large painting of a bowl of fruit. This seemingly ordinary still life conceals the entrance to one of Hogwarts' most fascinating spaces, a secret revealed only when one tickles the painted pear, causing it to giggle and transform into a green door handle. Beyond this whimsical entrance lies a vast chamber that precisely mirrors the dimensions of the Great Hall directly above it. 4 long tables stand in exactly the same positions as their counterparts overhead, creating a perfect alignment that serves a practical magical purpose. Along the walls, massive stone fireplaces and ovens radiate comforting heat, while copper pots and pans of every imaginable size hang from the ceiling, occasionally detaching themselves to hover over cooking stations when needed. The kitchens operate continuously, preparing not only the daily meals served in the Great Hall, but also accommodating the various special occasions throughout the school year, from the elaborate welcome feast to midnight snacks for students studying late in their common rooms. This constant activity requires extraordinary organization and magical efficiency, managed primarily by the true masters of the domain, Hogwarts house elves. Approximately 100 house elves staff the kitchens at any given time, making this the largest concentration of house elves in Britain. Unlike their counterparts in private wizarding homes, who typically work in isolation or in very small groups, the Hogwarts elves function as a coordinated community with specialized roles and a distinct culture that has evolved over centuries of service to the school. The hierarchical structure within the kitchen is subtle but clear to those who understand house elf society. Senior elves, often identifiable by the additional touches on their Hogwarts tea towel togas, oversee different aspects of food preparation, baking, meat preparation, vegetable dishes, and desserts. Each have dedicated teams. A particularly ancient house elf traditionally holds the position of kitchen master, responsible for maintaining standards and preserving the thousands of recipes that have been passed down through generations of Hogwarts elves. Meal planning at Hogwarts represents a remarkable balancing act between tradition and adaptation. The core menu has remained largely unchanged for centuries, featuring British standbys like roast beef, shepherd's pie, and treacle tart that would be recognizable to students across many generations. However, subtle modifications occur constantly in response to changing tastes and dietary requirements. The introduction of vegetarian options became standardized in the early 1970s, while more recent decades have seen accommodations for various cultural and religious food practices as the student body has grown more diverse. The magical aspects of Hogwarts food preparation extend far beyond mere cooking. The tables in the kitchen are enchanted with a sophisticated form of the vanishing spell linked to their counterparts above. When food is placed on the kitchen tables and a particular charm activated, it appears simultaneously on the corresponding tables in the Great Hall, still hot, perfectly arranged, and protected by subtle preservation charms that ensure everything remains at its ideal serving temperature. This enchantment works in reverse as well. When dishes are cleared from the Great Hall tables, they reappear instantly in the kitchen, where teams of house elves stand ready to begin the cleaning process. Magic involved in this system represents some of the most elegant charm work in the castle. sophisticated enough to distinguish between empty platters that should return and half-full ones that should remain, precise enough to transport liquids without spilling a drop, and reliable enough to have functioned without significant failure for hundreds of years. The provisioning of such an enormous operation presents its own unique challenges. While some ingredients come from Hogwarts' own grounds, herbs from Professor Sprout's greenhouses, honey from hives near the Forbidden Forest, and eggs from the school's chicken coops, the majority must be sourced externally. Twice weekly, deliveries arrive from wizarding suppliers throughout Britain, carefully scheduled to avoid student observation. Many of these suppliers have maintained relationships with Hogwarts for generations. The Jenkins family has provided dairy products to the school since the early 1700s, their enchanted churns producing butter with just a hint of magical enhancement that makes toast particularly satisfying on cold Scottish mornings. Bread comes from Cresswell's Magical Bakery in Hogsmeade, where the ovens have never cooled completely in over 6 centuries. The arrangement with Macmillan's Highland Meats includes a clause, dating to 1542, that specifies delivery regardless of inclement weather, dark creature activity, or minor acts of war. Storage of these vast quantities of food requires magical intervention. Beyond the visible kitchen lies a network of enchanted pantries, each maintaining the precise conditions needed for different ingredients. The cold room, perpetually chilled by the same charm used in magical iceboxes, preserves meats and dairy. The fruit room adjusts its temperature and humidity automatically to keep different varieties at perfect ripeness. The spice room, perhaps the most magical of all, exists in what house elves call a stretched space, appearing no larger than a broom cupboard from outside, but expanding to a fragrant chamber lined with hundreds of labeled jars when entered. The daily rhythm of the kitchens follows a precise pattern that has been refined over centuries. Preparation for breakfast begins around 4 in the morning, with the first shift of house elves lighting the main ovens and beginning the proofing of bread dough prepared the night before. By 5:30, the scent of baking bread fills the kitchen, joined shortly by the aromas of frying bacon, sausages, and black pudding. Porridge simmers in enormous cauldrons, stirring itself with massive wooden ladles, charmed to maintain the perfect consistency. Breakfast service concludes by 9:30, after which the kitchen transitions immediately to lunch preparation, with barely a pause in activity. The afternoon brings a brief lull, though lull is relative in an operation of this scale, with fewer elves on duty, primarily focused on preparing components for the evening meal and fulfilling special requests from staff or students. By 4 o'clock, the kitchen returns to peak activity for dinner service, which represents the most elaborate meal of the day. Night brings not rest, but a different pace. A smaller team remains active through the overnight hours, preparing doughs and stocks for the following day, cleaning areas that are too busy to address during service hours, and handling any midnight requests that might come from students or staff. It is also during these quieter hours that house elves can attend to their own community needs, teaching younger elves, passing down recipes, and engaging in the distinctive forms of relaxation that house elf culture embraces. Special occasions bring extraordinary efforts from the kitchen staff. The welcome feast that begins each school year represents weeks of planning, with the menu carefully designed to impress new students while comforting returning ones. Christmas dinner, perhaps the most elaborate meal of the year, features no fewer than 12 types of roast potatoes alone, each seasoned differently to accommodate various preferences. Even leaving feasts are thoughtfully constructed to feature easily transportable sweets that students can take on the train journey home. The relationship between Hogwarts house elves and the student population they serve has historically been one of deliberate distance. In keeping with house elf cultural norms and the traditional structure of magical service, the elves generally prefer to remain unseen, taking pride in creating what appears to be effortless abundance. Their satisfaction derives primarily from the empty plates returning from the Great Hall, a sign their efforts have been appreciated. However, this separation is not absolute. Students who discover the kitchen entrance typically through information passed from older students, or, in some cases, from particularly communicative ghosts, find themselves welcomed with almost overwhelming hospitality. House elves consider direct requests for food to be the highest form of compliment to their skills, responding with generous portions and evident delight at the opportunity to serve directly. One house elf in particular became known for developing unusual relationships with students during the 1990s. Dobby, a free elf who joined the Hogwarts staff after being liberated from the Malfoy family, maintained friendships with several students, most notably Harry Potter. His willingness to operate outside traditional house elf parameters, accepting payment for his work, wearing unconventional clothing, and openly assisting students with their endeavors, represented a significant departure from kitchen norms. While other house elves viewed these behaviors with a mixture of confusion and mild disapproval, they nevertheless accepted Dobby as part of their community, demonstrating the adaptability that has allowed house elf society to persist through centuries of changing wizarding culture. The magical education that happens within the kitchen walls is distinct from that taught in Hogwarts classrooms, but no less valuable. Young house elves born at Hogwarts, a relatively rare occurrence, as house elves have exceptionally long lifespans and low birth rates, receive training in both practical skills and the complex magic unique to their kind. This education includes food preparation techniques passed down through countless generations, but also the specialized magic house elves employ, apparition within anti-apparition wards, wandless cleaning charms of remarkable potency, and the distinctive form of preservation magic that keeps food at its perfect temperature and freshness. The history of the kitchens reflects the broader history of Hogwarts itself. During the castle's construction over 1,000 years ago, Helga Hufflepuff took particular interest in establishing the kitchen, believing deeply that proper nourishment formed an essential foundation for magical education. According to historical accounts preserved in Hufflepuff House, she personally recruited the first generation of house elves to serve at Hogwarts, offering conditions considered progressive for the era, guaranteed safety, respect for house elf tradition, and the stability of permanent assignment to the school rather than to individual wizards whose fortunes and temperaments might change. This Hufflepuff influence remains visible in the kitchen's proximity to the Hufflepuff common room, and in certain traditional dishes that feature prominently in Hogwarts meals, particularly those emphasizing simple, nourishing ingredients prepared with care rather than flashy magical enhancement. The large wooden spoons displayed prominently near the main kitchen fireplace are said to have belonged to Hufflepuff herself, though whether they possess any magical properties beyond their historical significance remains a subject of speculation. Throughout Hogwarts history, the kitchens have served as more than merely a food production facility. During times of crisis, they have functioned as refuges, healing centers, and occasionally as strategic strongholds. During the Dragonpox epidemic of 1793, the kitchen's natural warmth and abundant food supply made it an ideal location for treating younger students, with house elves demonstrating remarkable nursing abilities. Centuries later, during the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998, the kitchens became both a sanctuary for younger students and a supply base for the defenders of the castle, with house elves distributing food and bandages throughout the conflict. The cultural significance of the Hogwarts kitchens extends beyond the castle walls. For generations of house elves throughout Britain, assignment to Hogwarts has represented the pinnacle of professional achievement, a position of honor within their community. Elves who have served at Hogwarts carry this distinction throughout their lives, often becoming informal leaders within the broader house elf society. During the rare occasions when elves from different households gather, for students, the food prepared in these kitchens often forms a core memory of their Hogwarts years. The particular flavor of Hogwarts pumpkin juice, the precise texture of the treacle tart, the comforting warmth of butterbeer during winter Hogsmeade weekends, these sensory experiences become intertwined with memories of friendship, learning, and growth. Years after leaving school, Many witches and wizards report that certain aromas can instantly transport them back to the Great Hall and the formative experiences of their education. The magic that happens in the Hogwarts kitchens may lack the obvious drama of transfiguration or the visible power of charms, but it represents some of the most constant, reliable enchantment in the wizarding world. Magic focused on nourishment, comfort, and the creation of a stable environment where young witches and wizards can focus on their education without concern for basic needs. In this sense, the house elves of Hogwarts participate as much in the educational mission of the school as the professors themselves, creating the foundation upon which all other magical learning rests. As our exploration of the Hogwarts kitchens draws to a close, and the aromas of baking bread and simmering stews fade from our imagination, consider this: what unseen efforts make possible the experiences we value most, and how might our appreciation change if we could glimpse, as we have tonight, the hidden labors that sustain our daily lives. Chapter 8. The mechanics of a put-outer. In the quietest moments of a night in Privet Drive, when the suburban stillness was broken only by distant traffic and the occasional rustle of garden hedges, a peculiar object once revealed its extraordinary power. With each click, streetlights extinguished one by one, their glow drawn away like water down a drain, leaving darkness in their wake. This seemingly modest silver device, resembling an elegant cigarette lighter more than a powerful magical artifact, is known officially as a deluminator, though those who witnessed its effects often referred to it simply as a put-outer. Behind its unassuming appearance lies some of the most elegant and sophisticated magic ever created. As our fire casts gentle shadows across the room, let us examine this remarkable invention, a rare magical object crafted by none other than Albus Dumbledore himself, embodying his particular genius for combining practical utility with profound magical insight. The origins of the Deluminator lie in Dumbledore's early experimental period, during the years following his troubled youth, but before his ascendance to educational leadership. Having already distinguished himself as a magical theorist through his groundbreaking work with Nicholas Flamel and his discoveries concerning the 12 uses of dragon's blood, Dumbledore turned his attention to the manipulation of light, a branch of magic that had received surprisingly little scholarly attention despite its fundamental nature. Light, in its magical conception, occupies a unique position, neither purely elemental like fire, nor entirely ephemeral like sound. Magical theorists have long debated whether light should be understood as a substance, an energy, or something else entirely. Dumbledore's innovation was to conceptualize light as a semi-tangible magical essence that could, with the proper approach, be manipulated like a fluid, collected, stored, and redistributed without losing its fundamental properties. The physical construction of the Deluminator belies its magical sophistication. Externally resembling a silver cigarette lighter, its casing is crafted from goblin-wrought silver, a material chosen not merely for its durability, but for its exceptional magical conductivity. The interior mechanism, glimpsed only on the rare occasions when the device has been partially disassembled for study, contains what appears to be a small crystal reservoir surrounded by intricate runic engravings, so fine they can only be properly viewed through a magnifying glass. These runes, according to those few magical scholars permitted to examine them, represent a synthesis of ancient light-manipulating charms from Egyptian, Norse, and Chinese magical traditions, harmonized through mathematical principles that Dumbledore himself developed. The language of these inscriptions shifts subtly when viewed from different angles, suggesting layers of spellwork activated under different conditions. The primary function of the Deluminator, to capture and store light from external sources, operates on principles similar to certain containment charms, but with critical modifications. While standard magical containers hold their contents within fixed boundaries, the Deluminator compresses the captured light, reducing its spatial dimensions while preserving its essential qualities. This compression allows the device to store the illumination from dozens of sources within its modest dimensions. The process begins when the Deluminator is activated by its characteristic clicking mechanism, This action initiates a selective summoning charm that targets artificial light sources within a defined radius, typically extending about 50 meters in all directions, though this range can vary based on ambient magical conditions. The charm creates what magical engineers would describe as a sympathetic channel between the light source and the deluminator, along which the illumination travels. To casual observers, this process appears as if the light is being physically drawn from its source into the deluminator. In reality, the mechanism is more subtle. The device essentially creates a temporary magical link that transfers the light's essence while leaving the physical structure of the light source intact. This explains why Muggle street lamps affected by the deluminator appear perfectly normal when examined afterward, simply lacking their illumination. The storage mechanism represents perhaps the most elegant aspect of the deluminator's design. Rather than containing the collected light as raw energy, which would require extensive safety measures to prevent accidental discharge, the device temporarily transmutes the light into a stable, condensed form. This transmutation occurs within the crystal core, where captured illumination exists in a state magical theorists describe as potential luminescence. Neither fully light nor entirely something else, but a stable intermediate form that can be maintained indefinitely without degradation. Releasing the stored light involves essentially reversing this process. When the deluminator is clicked again with the intent to restore illumination, the compressed light expands back to its original form and returns along the sympathetic channels to its source. The precision of this return is remarkable. Each captured light returns exactly to its point of origin, with no cross-contamination between different sources. Beyond this primary function, the deluminator Dumbledore created possessed additional capabilities that suggest the depth of magical innovation embedded within its modest form. Most notably, it demonstrated an ability to respond to emotional and verbal cues under specific circumstances, a property that proved crucial during the Second Wizarding War, when it guided Ronald Weasley back to his friends after a period of separation. This guidance function operates on principles distinct from the light manipulation features, according to magical researchers who studied the device after Dumbledore's death. This aspect appears to incorporate elements of sympathetic magic, establishing connections between individuals with strong emotional bonds, combined with a highly sophisticated variant of the 4-point spell used for direction finding. What makes this feature particularly remarkable is its apparent ability to activate in response to specific verbal cues, suggesting a form of sentience, or at least conditional awareness, that exceeds most magical objects. This property aligns with other examples of Dumbledore's magical innovation, which often incorporated elements of intention and emotional resonance into otherwise mechanical magical processes. The deluminator's creation represents a significant achievement in magical artifice for several reasons. First, it successfully manipulates a fundamental magical element, light, in ways previously thought impossible, demonstrating that even basic magical principles can yield new applications when approached with sufficient creativity. Second, it accomplishes complex magical functions through an elegantly simple interface, requiring no incantations or wand work from its user. Finally, it incorporates multiple magical systems, summoning, containment, transformation, and eventually guidance, into a harmonious whole, a feat of magical integration comparable to the enchantment of the Hogwarts Sorting Hat or the creation of the Marauder's Map. From a practical perspective, the deluminator served several important functions during its operational life. Its most straightforward application, creating darkness when needed, proved invaluable for Order of the Phoenix operations during both Wizarding Wars, allowing members to operate unobserved in environments where magical concealment might be detected. The ability to remove light without obvious magical signatures made it particularly useful for operations in areas with mixed magical and muggle presence. Beyond tactical applications, the device embodied Dumbledore's philosophical approach to magic, the belief that the most profound enchantments often connect to our fundamental experiences of the world. Light and darkness, presence and absence, guidance and loss. The deluminator touches on elemental human experiences through its magical functions. reflecting Dumbledore's understanding that the most powerful magic resonates with essential aspects of human existence. The technical limitations of the Deluminator, while few, are worth noting. Its effect appears limited to artificial light sources. It cannot capture moonlight, sunlight, or the natural bioluminescence of magical creatures. The device also requires periodic rest periods after extensive use, suggesting that its internal magical components, while extraordinarily durable, do experience a form of magical fatigue that must be allowed to naturally dissipate. The question of replication remains one of the most intriguing aspects of the Deluminator's story. Despite extensive study of the original, no magical artificer has successfully created a fully functional duplicate. Partial replications exist, devices that can capture light but not return it, or that affect only certain types of illumination. But the complete integration of functions achieved in Dumbledore's original appears to have required not just technical skill but a particular intuitive understanding of magical principles that few possess. This difficulty in replication is common to many of the most significant magical artifacts. Like Gryffindor's sword with its ability to absorb only that which strengthens it, or the Sorting Hat with its capacity for complex judgment, the Deluminator appears to transcend the sum of its enchantments, suggesting that the greatest magical creations cannot be reduced entirely to their technical components, but contain something of their creator's unique magical perspective. The history of the Deluminator following Dumbledore's death adds another layer to its fascinating story. As stipulated in his will, the device passed to Ronald Weasley, a bequest that puzzled many, including the recipient himself. This deliberate transmission, now understood as preparation for the guidance function that would later activate, demonstrates Dumbledore's remarkable foresight and his understanding of how magical objects can serve purposes beyond their apparent functions. After fulfilling its role in reuniting the trio of friends during their hunt for Horcruxes, the Deluminator's subsequent history becomes less documented. While still presumably in Ronald Weasley's possession, the device has rarely been seen in public in recent years. Magical historians speculate that, like many artifacts of significant power, it may eventually find its way to the Department of Mysteries for study and safekeeping. Though this remains conjecture, the legacy of the Deluminator extends beyond the object itself to influence magical theory and artifice more broadly. Dumbledore's innovations in light manipulation have informed developments in magical illumination, concealment charms, and even certain aspects of transportation magic. The principles underlying the sympathetic channels that connect light sources to the device have been adapted for use in enhanced communication mirrors, while the compression techniques have informed improvements in magical storage containers. For students of magical theory, the Deluminator represents an invaluable case study in how fundamental magical principles can be re-examined and reconfigured. It demonstrates that even in a field as ancient and well-studied as magic, new possibilities emerge when established concepts are approached with fresh perspective and creative insight. This lesson, that innovation often comes not from discovering entirely new magic, but from seeing new potential in the familiar, remains perhaps the most valuable aspect of Dumbledore's creation. The Deluminator also illustrates a profound truth about magical objects, that their significance often lies not merely in their function, but in the connections they facilitate. While its ability to capture and release light represents remarkable magic in itself, the device's most meaningful impact came through guiding Ronald Weasley back to his friends at a crucial moment, suggesting that even the most sophisticated magic finds its highest purpose in serving the fundamental human needs for connection, reconciliation, and return. As the flames in our hearth grow lower and shadows lengthen across the room, consider this question: what light in your own life would you capture if you held a Deluminator in your hand? Not to extinguish it permanently, but to preserve it for a moment when darkness seems to have claimed everything else. Chapter 9. The Introduction of the Snitch to Quidditch. High above the windswept moors and valleys of medieval Britain, a revolution in magical sport was about to take place. A transformation that would elevate a rough-and-tumble game played on broomsticks into the sophisticated, strategic competition that has captivated the wizarding world for centuries. At the center of this evolution was a tiny, golden, winged ball, whose introduction would forever change the nature of Quidditch and establish the game's enduring appeal. As our fire burns steady and warm, let us trace the fascinating journey of how the golden snitch came to be, replacing a living creature with an enchanted object that would become the most iconic element of wizarding sport. The origins of Quidditch itself are humble and somewhat murky, emerging gradually from various broomstick games played in isolated magical communities throughout Europe. By the early 13th century, the basic structure had taken shape, players mounted on broomsticks, attempting to score points by throwing a ball through elevated hoops while avoiding aggressive defensive play. Yet the game lacked a defining element, something to elevate it beyond a simple scoring competition and add layers of strategy and excitement. That element initially took the form of a small, golden-feathered bird with remarkable speed and agility, the golden snidget. Native to northern Europe, these spherical birds were approximately the size of a walnut, with perfectly round bodies, long, thin beaks, and jewel-like red eyes. Their most distinctive feature, however, was their exceptional flying ability, capable of extraordinary speed, instantaneous changes of direction, and near-perfect hovering, all made possible by independently rotating wings that allowed for maneuverability unmatched in the avian world. The snidget's introduction to Quidditch occurred, according to historical accounts preserved in Quidditch Through the Ages, during a match played in 1269 in Kent. Barbarous Bragg, the chief of the Wizards' Council, attended the game, and perhaps inspired by the particularly festive atmosphere, released a golden snidget onto the pitch, offering a prize of 150 galleons to the player who caught it. This spontaneous addition to the established game created immediate excitement, as the bird's exceptional agility made capture extremely challenging. In that first instance, the snidget's role was merely that of an incidental prize, an entertaining diversion added to the main competition. However, the crowd's enthusiastic response to this new element led to its repetition at subsequent matches. Gradually, the snidget hunt transformed from a sideline attraction to an integral part of the game itself. Teams began designating a specific player, initially called the Hunter, later renamed the Seeker, whose sole responsibility was to pursue and capture the snidget, while the main game continued around them. The incorporation of the snidget fundamentally altered Quidditch's nature and strategy, whereas previously the game had no defined endpoint, continuing until one team established an insurmountable lead, or players became too exhausted to continue. The snidget's capture now provided a natural conclusion to the match. The value assigned to this capture, traditionally 150 points, echoing Bragg's original prize, meant that a team trailing substantially in the standard scoring could still achieve victory through a successful snidget capture, adding dramatic tension to even seemingly one-sided contests. However, this exciting development in the sport carried a terrible cost. Golden snidgets, already rare in the wild, were not suited to the role thrust upon them. Unlike many magical creatures that possess natural defenses against wizarding interference, snidgets had evolved in environments with few predators, relying on speed and maneuverability rather than magical resistance or physical toughness. The handling that inevitably followed capture often proved fatal to the delicate birds, with their hollow bones and rapid heartbeats easily damaged by even well-intentioned human contact. As snidget hunting became increasingly popular, both within Quidditch and as a separate sporting activity, the species faced a precipitous decline. By the mid-14th century, conservationist wizards were raising alarms about dwindling snidget populations throughout Europe. Their concerns eventually led to landmark magical legislation, the first significant protection of a magical creature in wizarding history, when the Wizards' Council banned the use of golden snidgets in Quidditch matches in 1322. This ban, while environmentally necessary, created an existential crisis for the sport. Quidditch had evolved to incorporate the snidget's capture as a central element, and both players and spectators had grown accustomed to the excitement and strategic depth this aspect added to the game. Attempts to substitute other creatures, including fire crabs and jobberknolls, proved unsuccessful, as none possessed the Snidget's particular combination of speed, agility, and distinctive appearance that had made it so suitable for the role. The solution, when it came, emerged not from the Quidditch establishment, but from a wizarding metalsmith named Bowman Wright, who lived in the village of Godric's Hollow. Wright, who possessed both exceptional skill in metallurgy and a sophisticated understanding of enchantment, set himself the challenge of creating an object that could replicate the Snidget's flight patterns while being durable enough to withstand repeated handling and capture. Wright's work combined several branches of magic in innovative ways. The base material, a custom alloy of gold with trace amounts of silver and copper, provided both the distinctive color and the necessary magical conductivity. The outer shell was forged using goblin techniques adapted for wizarding wandwork, creating a material with remarkable resilience despite its thin composition. Inside this shell, Wright installed a complex core of enchanted components, including what some magical engineering historians believe was a miniaturized form of the same self-propulsion charm used in flying broomsticks. The most challenging aspect, according to Wright's notes preserved in the Museum of Quidditch, was replicating the Snidget's erratic yet purposeful flight patterns. Simple animation charms would create movement, but lacked the adaptive intelligence that made the living bird so challenging to capture. Wright's breakthrough came in developing what would now be recognized as an early form of magical AI, a set of interlocking charms that could assess the environment, identify pursuers, and adjust speed and direction accordingly without requiring constant magical direction. The wings presented their own unique challenge. To replicate the Snidget's remarkable maneuverability, Wright created thin silver wings with articulation points that allowed independent rotation, a feature that required extraordinarily precise spellwork to maintain durability while permitting the flexibility needed for realistic movement. The enchantment of these wings involved not just animation, but a form of magical counterbalance that allowed the ball to hover perfectly despite its uneven weight distribution. After several years of development and numerous prototypes, Wright unveiled his creation in 1380, a walnut-sized golden ball with silver wings that could fly with the speed and agility of the creature it was designed to replace. Initially called the Golden Snidget Substitute, or simply Wright's Ball, the name eventually shortened to what we now know as the Golden Snitch. Weight standards were established precisely 1 ounce, and enchantment specifications were codified to ensure consistency across all officially sanctioned matches. The introduction of the Snitch to professional Quidditch was not without controversy. Traditionalists objected to what they saw as an artificial substitute for the natural challenge of Snidget capture, while some players complained that the enchanted ball's behavior was too predictable compared to its living counterpart. However, these objections gradually subsided as the Snitch proved its worth through practical application. In fact, the Snitch ultimately improved Quidditch in several important ways. Unlike Snidgets, which could occasionally fly beyond the boundaries of the pitch or become distracted by environmental factors, the Snitch could be enchanted to remain within a defined area while still executing complex flight patterns. This allowed for more consistent gameplay and fairer competition. Additionally, the Snitch's durability meant that seekers could employ more aggressive capture techniques without ethical concerns about harming a living creature. The standardization of the Snitch also enabled the standardization of Quidditch itself. With consistent behavior across all balls, teams could develop specific strategies and training methods for seekers that would be effective regardless of location or conditions. This contributed significantly to Quidditch's development from a relatively informal local pastime to an organized sport with international competitions and professional leagues. Within a century of its introduction, the Snitch had become so thoroughly integrated into Quidditch culture that few young players were even aware of its origins as a substitute for a living creature. The Golden Snidget, meanwhile, benefited enormously from its removal from the sport. Protected by increasingly stringent magical conservation laws and bolstered by dedicated breeding programs, the species gradually recovered from near extinction, though it remains classified as a protected magical creature to this day. The enchantments on the modern Quidditch snitch have evolved considerably from Wright's original design, though the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Contemporary snitches incorporate sophisticated evasion charms that analyze the flight patterns of pursuing seekers and adapt accordingly, creating a unique challenge in each match. They also feature what magical sports equipment manufacturers call fair play enchantments, spells that ensure the snitch remains technically catchable throughout the match, while maximizing the challenge based on the skill level of the competitors. One of the most fascinating aspects of official Quidditch snitches is their flesh memory, a sophisticated enchantment that allows the ball to remember the touch of the first person who handles it. This feature, added in the 17th century to resolve disputes about which seeker legitimately caught the snitch first, has become an integral part of modern Quidditch regulations. Before each professional match, the snitch is touched only with gloves and released by the referee using a specialized charm rather than direct contact, ensuring that the first bare-skinned touch will be from the successful seeker. The manufacturing of competition-grade snitches remains a specialized branch of magical craftsmanship. The International Association of Quidditch maintains strict standards for all equipment used in sanctioned matches, but none are more exacting than those for the snitch. Each ball undergoes hundreds of tests for speed, maneuverability, durability, and enchantment stability before receiving certification. The primary manufacturer, Quidditch Supply Company of Yorkshire, maintains a workshop where master crafts wizards hand-assemble each snitch, a process that takes approximately 2 weeks per ball. The significance of the snitch extends far beyond its functional role in Quidditch. It has become perhaps the most recognizable symbol of the sport, featured on team emblems, championship trophies, and merchandising. The image of a seeker stretching fingertips toward the elusive golden ball has been immortalized in countless wizarding photographs and paintings, capturing the particular suspense and triumph that defines the position. In cultural terms, the snitch has transcended its origins to become a metaphor in wizarding language. Chasing the snitch refers to pursuing an elusive goal, while missing the snitch implies overlooking something valuable hiding in plain sight. These linguistic adoptions speak to how thoroughly the object has permeated wizarding consciousness. For Quidditch players themselves, particularly those who specialize as seekers, the relationship with the snitch is almost mystical. Professional seekers often describe entering a state of heightened awareness during matches, where their entire consciousness narrows to the search for that flash of gold against the sky. Training techniques for seekers focus not just on broomstick handling and speed, but on developing what coaches call snitch sense, an intuitive understanding of the ball's movement patterns and likely locations. Perhaps the most famous snitch-related incident in modern Quidditch history occurred during the 1994 Quidditch World Cup final between Ireland and Bulgaria. Victor Krum, Bulgaria's prodigiously talented young seeker, caught the snitch even though this action guaranteed his team's loss, as Ireland led by more than 150 points at the time. This decision, to end the match on his terms rather than prolonging a contest his team was unlikely to win, has been analyzed extensively in sporting literature as an example of the complex strategic considerations that the snitch introduces to Quidditch. The snitch's integration into Quidditch represents a remarkable example of how wizarding innovation can address environmental concerns without sacrificing cultural traditions. The replacement of a living creature with an enchanted object not only saved the golden snidget from extinction, but enhanced the sport itself, creating more consistent and fair competition, while maintaining the excitement and unpredictability that had made snidget hunting so appealing. As we observe the dancing flames Lara fire, much like the flicker of golden wings against an azure sky, we might reflect on how the snitch embodies a particular wizarding approach to problem-solving, using creativity and magical craftsmanship to preserve the essence of tradition while adapting to changing circumstances and values. From Bowman Wright's workshop in Godric's Hollow to the international stadiums where World Cup finals are contested, the golden ball with silver wings represents not just sporting excitement, but the harmonious balance of innovation and tradition. As our exploration of the snitch draws to a close, consider this: what elusive golden thing might you be seeking in your own life? Something that requires patience to spot, skill to pursue, and brings the satisfaction of achievement when finally grasped in your hand. Chapter 10. The Conflicts of Narcissa Malfoy. Behind the imposing wrought-iron gates of Malfoy Manor, away from the public eye that so often fixed upon her husband, a woman of remarkable complexity navigated the treacherous currents of pure-blood society, family loyalty, and ultimately, a mother's love. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, stands as one of the most nuanced figures in recent wizarding history. A woman whose life was defined not by grand public gestures or declarations, but by the private conflicts that raged within her heart and the difficult choices these conflicts ultimately demanded. As our fire casts long shadows across the room, let us explore the inner world of a woman who was at once privileged and trapped, powerful and powerless, devoted to dangerous ideals, yet capable of defying the most feared dark wizard of all time, when her son's life hung in the balance. Narcissa's story begins with her birth in 1955 into the ancient and most noble House of Black, one of wizarding Britain's oldest and most prestigious pureblood families. The youngest of three sisters, Narcissa grew up in an environment where blood purity was not merely a preference, but a fundamental belief system that shaped every aspect of family life. The Black family motto, toujours pur, or always pure, was not simply an ancestral saying but a mandate that governed social connections, marriage prospects, and one's entire worldview. The Black family home at number 12, Grimold Place, served as both sanctuary and indoctrination chamber for young Narcissa. The very walls seemed to whisper the family's heritage, the tapestry displaying the family tree, the mounted house elf heads, testifying to generations of servitude, the dark artifacts collected by ancestors who dabbled in the more questionable branches of magic. Here, Narcissa absorbed not just the explicit lessons of pure-blood superiority, but the unspoken expectations of her role as a daughter of the House of Black, to maintain dignity at all costs, to form advantageous alliances through marriage, and to uphold family honor above personal desire. Yet even within this rigid structure, the complexities of Narcissa's character began to form. Unlike her elder sister Bellatrix, who embraced the family's darkest inclinations with fervent enthusiasm, or her middle sister Andromeda, who would eventually reject them entirely, Narcissa developed a more nuanced relationship with her heritage. She valued the status and traditions of her bloodline, but lacked Bellatrix's cruel streak, preferring the social power of the pure-blood elite to the violent enforcement of its ideology. Her years at Hogwarts, where she was sorted into Slytherin House as expected of a Black, allowed Narcissa to refine her understanding of power and influence. While academic records suggest she was a capable student, particularly in potions and astronomy, her true education came in navigating the complex social hierarchies of Slytherin House. Here she learned to wield influence through subtle means, a carefully placed word, a strategic alliance, the judicious application of family reputation. It was during these school years that Narcissa's connection to Lucius Malfoy, a prefect several years her senior, began to develop. Their subsequent marriage in 1974 represented the ideal pure-blood union, joining two wealthy, prestigious families with impeccable bloodlines and compatible social views. For the House of Black, particularly as Andromeda had recently been disowned for marrying the Muggle-born Ted Tonks, Narcissa's advantageous match helped restore family honor and consolidated their position in pure-blood society. The early years of the Malfoy marriage coincided with the first rise of Lord Voldemort, whose message of wizarding superiority and pure-blood ascendancy resonated with the beliefs Narcissa had been raised to hold sacred. Yet here we encounter the first significant conflict that would define her life, the tension between ideology and self-preservation. While Lucius took the dark mark and became an active Death Eater, Narcissa maintained a careful distance from formal involvement, supporting her husband's activities, while ensuring she remained officially unaffiliated with the movement. This calculated separation allowed Narcissa to focus on what, by all accounts, mattered most to her, establishing and maintaining the perfect pureblood household at Malfoy Manor. Her attention to the details of elite wizarding life, from hosting elaborate social gatherings to cultivating the appropriate social connections for her family, created a facade of untroubled privilege that belied the increasingly dangerous activities in which her husband participated. The birth of Draco Malfoy in June 1980 represents a crucial turning point in understanding Narcissa's character. Contemporary accounts from house elves and occasional visitors to the manor describe a transformation in the young Mrs. Malfoy, a softening not of her beliefs or social aspirations, but a reordering of priorities that placed her son's welfare at the center of her world. While maintaining all the external trappings of pure blood superiority, Narcissa now had something more precious than ideology or social standing, a child whose future she was determined to secure at any cost. This maternal devotion would become the fulcrum upon which Narcissa's most significant decisions would balance. When Lord Voldemort's defeat and apparent death in Godric's Hollow plunged the Death Eater movement into chaos, Narcissa supported Lucius's quick disavowal of voluntary involvement, his claims of having acted under the Imperious Curse, not out of cowardice, as some have suggested, but from a clear-eyed assessment of what would best protect her young family and ensure Draco would not grow up with a father in Azkaban. The years that followed, what historians now call the interwar period, allowed Narcissa to create the childhood for Draco that aligned with her vision of pure-blood excellence. She instilled in him the beliefs of his heritage, while simultaneously sheltering him from its harshest realities. Draco was raised to believe in his inherent superiority as a pure-blood wizard, particularly compared to Muggle-borns, but was largely protected from understanding the violent extremes to which such ideology had recently led. This period also saw Narcissa perfect her role as the consummate hostess of wizarding high society. Malfoy Manor became known for elaborate seasonal gatherings that reinforced the family's central position among pure-blood elites. Behind the scenes, Narcissa managed the considerable Malfoy fortune and properties with exceptional skill, freeing Lucius to focus on rebuilding the family's political influence through his connections at the Ministry of Magic. The return of Lord Voldemort in 1995 disrupted this carefully constructed life and exposed the contradictions at the heart of Narcissa's worldview. The ideology she ostensibly supported now directly threatened the family she was determined to protect, while her husband resumed his position in Voldemort's inner circle, likely with both genuine conviction and calculated self-interest. Narcissa's response was more complex, outwardly compliant but inwardly conflicted, as she recognized the danger this resurgence posed to her family's stability and safety. The arrest and imprisonment of Lucius following the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in 1996 represents perhaps the most profound crisis Narcissa had yet faced. With her husband in Azkaban, her home increasingly commandeered for Death Eater activities, and her family's standing with Voldemort severely compromised, Narcissa found herself in the unprecedented position of vulnerability. The carefully constructed facade of untouchable pure-blood privilege had cracked, revealing the precariousness of her family's situation. It was in this context that Voldemort assigned Draco the nearly impossible task of killing Albus Dumbledore, a mission designed not for success, but as punishment for Lucius's failures. This moment crystallizes the central conflict of Narcissa's life, her genuine belief in pure-blood supremacy versus her even more profound devotion to her son. When ideology and maternal love collided, it was the latter that ultimately determined her actions. Her desperate visit to Severus Snape in Spinner's End, recounted in hushed tones by those who later learned of it, reveals a Narcissa rarely seen in public, emotional, vulnerable, willing to risk the Dark Lord's displeasure to secure protection for her son. The unbreakable vow she convinced Snape to make, promising to protect Draco and fulfill his mission should he fail, demonstrates how thoroughly maternal concern had overshadowed ideological loyalty. As Voldemort established Malfoy Manor as his headquarters during the Second Wizarding War, Narcissa found herself in the excruciating position of hosting in her home the very cause that now threatened her family's destruction. Accounts from this period describe her as maintaining a perfect exterior of composed hospitality, while inwardly calculating every interaction for its potential impact on her family's precarious standing. The once proud mistress of the manor had become, in essence, a prisoner in her own home, the witnessing of torture and murder within what had once been her carefully maintained sanctuary, most notably the killing of Hogwarts professor Charity Burbage directly above the Malfoys' dining table, seems to have accelerated Narcissa's disillusionment. While there is no evidence she expressly rejected pure-blood ideology, contemporaries noted a growing detachment from Death Eater activities and an increasing focus on simply ensuring her family's survival. The nadir of the Malfoys' standing came with Voldemort's rage, following Harry Potter's escape from the manor, an event during which Narcissa maintained her composure, even as her sister Bellatrix was tortured before her eyes. By this point, according to those who observed the family during this period, the preservation of appearance had become an end in itself for Narcissa, maintaining dignity not from pride, but as the last defense against complete despair. It is against this backdrop that we must understand Narcissa's most consequential action, her lie to Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest during the Battle of Hogwarts. When tasked with confirming whether Harry Potter was truly dead, Narcissa discovered he lived but chose to declare him dead after receiving confirmation that Draco was alive in the castle. This single falsehood, whispered to the most accomplished legilimens of the age, changed the course of wizarding history. This moment represents the ultimate resolution of Narcissa's internal conflict. When forced to choose between the Dark Lord's victory, the supposed triumph of the pure-blood cause she had been raised to champion, and the chance to find and protect her son, she chose the latter without hesitation, not because she had developed sudden sympathy for Harry Potter or his allies, but because maternal love had finally and completely superseded ideological loyalty. The aftermath of the war placed Narcissa and her family in an ambiguous position. Unlike Lucius, who had actively served as a Death Eater, or Draco, who had been coerced into taking the Dark Mark, Narcissa had never formally joined Voldemort's ranks. Her crucial lie in the forest, testified to by Harry Potter himself, further complicated attempts to categorize her role in the conflict. The Malfoy family ultimately avoided imprisonment, though their reputation and social standing suffered irreparable damage. In the years following the war, Narcissa withdrew largely from public life, focusing instead on rebuilding some semblance of family stability. Her relationship with her sister Andromeda, who had lost her husband, daughter, and son-in-law in the conflict, remained strained but not entirely severed. Reports suggest occasional, carefully neutral interactions centered around their shared grandson-nephew, Teddy Lupin. The complexities of Narcissa Malfoy's character offer valuable insights into the nuanced reality of wizarding Britain during the Voldemort era. Unlike those who can be neatly categorized as heroes or villains, Narcissa occupies the morally ambiguous middle ground where many actually resided, individuals who neither actively fought against dark forces nor fully embraced them, who made choices based not on grand principles, but on personal loyalties and immediate concerns. Her life demonstrates how pure-blood ideology, for many of its adherents, was less a fanatical crusade than a comfortable worldview that justified their privileged position. When that ideology demanded genuine sacrifice, not of abstract others but of their own families, many like Narcissa found their convictions less sturdy than their personal attachments. This is not to suggest we should view Narcissa as heroic or absolved of responsibility for supporting a system that caused immense suffering. Rather, her story illustrates how moral compromises accumulate gradually, how people can simultaneously maintain conflicting values, and how even those embedded within destructive ideologies may retain the capacity for choices that, whatever their motivation, ultimately serve the greater good. As our exploration of Narcissa Malfoy's conflicts draws to a close, and the fire before us burns low, consider this question: What private loyalties or personal loves might lead even those who seem firmly committed to troubling paths to make unexpected choices when tested? In what ways might the seeds of redemption lie not in dramatic conversion, but in the quiet persistence of our most fundamental human connections? Chapter 11. The Engineering of the Night Bus. In the darkest hours of night, when stranded witches and wizards find themselves far from home with no conventional means of transportation, salvation often arrives with a deafening bang and a flash of violent purple. The night bus, that improbable triple-decker vehicle that appears to defy not just Muggle traffic laws, but the very laws of physics, represents one of the most ingenious, if somewhat haphazard, magical engineering achievements in modern wizarding history. As our fire crackles softly and night deepens around us, let us explore the remarkable magical innovations that allow this peculiar vehicle to perform its essential service, squeezing through impossibly narrow gaps, achieving extraordinary speeds, and providing emergency transportation to the magical community, regardless of location or hour. The origins of the night bus date back to 1865, a period of significant transformation in both Muggle and wizarding transportation, as Muggles embraced the revolutionary technology of steam-powered locomotion. The wizarding transportation authorities recognized the need for a complementary system that could serve those unable to apparate without access to the Flu network, and in situations where creating portkeys would be impractical or illegal. The initial proposal came from Dugald MacPhail, then Minister for Magic and a noted progressive in wizarding transportation policy. In a remarkably forward-thinking memorandum preserved in the Minister archives, MacPhail argued that, while the individual wizard may operate, use personal broomsticks, or access the Flu network from established points, we have neglected those who, through youth, infirmity, lack of training, or simple misadventure, find themselves without these options. A society is judged by how it assists those in moments of need, not merely how it serves those already capable. The development of what would become the night bus fell to the Department of Magical Transportation's Special Vehicles Division, a small but innovative team led by Ernest Prang, great-grandfather of Ernie Prang, who would himself become a night bus driver over a century later. The initial concept was relatively modest, a single-decker omnibus similar to those beginning to appear in Muggle London, but enhanced with basic magical features for speed and comfort. However, the project quickly evolved as the magical engineering challenges presented themselves. The core problem was deceptively complex: how to create a vehicle that could respond quickly to summons from any location in Britain, navigate through areas designed for much smaller conveyances, and provide comfortable accommodation for potentially numerous passengers, all while remaining undetectable to Muggles. The chassis and exterior shell of the original night bus were acquired directly from the Muggle world, specifically a London General Omnibus Company vehicle that had been damaged in an accident and was scheduled for scrapping. This approach, which continues with replacement buses to this day, was deemed preferable to constructing a vehicle from scratch, as it provided an authentically Muggle-appearing exterior that would not immediately arouse suspicion if briefly glimpsed. The transformation of this mundane Muggle omnibus into the magical night bus began with the application of what magical engineers call a dimensional modification charm, an advanced variation of extension charms used in wizarding tents and trunks. Unlike standard extension charms, which simply create additional space within fixed exterior dimensions, the modification used on the night bus allows for a more dynamic relationship between interior and exterior, enabling the vehicle to physically compress when passing through tight spaces while maintaining a habitable interior. This compression capability, which passengers often experience as a quite literal squeezing sensation, relies on a remarkable piece of spellwork that temporarily adjusts the molecular density of the bus structure and everything inside it. The precise charm, developed specifically for the night bus project, involves elements of both transfiguration and charms, temporarily altering the fundamental properties of matter while maintaining its essential form and function. The propulsion system of the night bus represents another significant magical innovation. While the original Muggle omnibus relied on horses and later, combustion engines, the magical version employs a modified form of the same enchantment used in racing brooms. However, unlike brooms which are crafted from inherently magical materials selected for their natural affinity with flight charms, applying similar enchantments to the predominantly metal structure of an omnibus required considerable magical reinforcement. This was achieved through the installation of a magical core, a sealed chamber located beneath the driver's seat containing a mixture of potent magical substances. The exact composition remains a Department of Magical Transportation secret, but historical records suggest it includes essence of erumpent fluid for explosive acceleration, powdered bicorn horn, known for its properties of magical reinforcement, and feathers from particularly fast magical birds like the golden snidget, all suspended in a stabilizing solution of flobberworm mucus. This core serves as both magical battery and amplifier, powering the various enchantments throughout the bus and enabling the extraordinary bursts of speed for which the service is known. The violent bangs that accompany the bus's sudden appearances and disappearances are actually the sonic aftermath of localized magical displacement. Essentially, the sound of space making way for an object arriving with magical rather than physical momentum. The addition of the night bus's signature triple-decker structure came somewhat later in its development. The original single-decker design proved inadequate during peak usage periods, particularly during the winter holidays, when weather conditions often made other forms of magical transportation less reliable. Rather than commissioning additional buses, which would have required more drivers and complex scheduling, the decision was made to vertically expand the existing vehicle. This vertical expansion presented significant magical engineering challenges. Simple extension charms would have created a structure too tall to pass beneath bridges or through tunnels, while permanent compression would have made the upper levels uncomfortably cramped. The elegant solution, credited to magical transportation engineer Celestina Cordwabble, involved the creation of a selective interaction field around the bus. This sophisticated enchantment, which draws conceptual inspiration from the Muggle-repelling charms used around wizarding locations, allows the upper portions of the bus to pass through solid obstacles without resistance, while maintaining their physical presence in all other contexts. In essence, bridges, tunnels, and overhanging trees simply phase through the upper decks of the bus without affecting the structure or passengers, who might feel nothing more than a slight cooling sensation as solid matter temporarily occupies the same space as the vehicle. The famous purple coloration of the night bus was not an aesthetic choice, but a magical necessity. The particular shade, officially registered as persistent purple #342 in ministry records, contains powdered jobberknoll feathers in the pigment, which enhance memory-affecting charms. This allows the bus to incorporate a mild version of the same magic used in Muggle-repelling enchantments, causing non-magical observers to momentarily forget having seen the unusual vehicle shortly after it passes from view. The interior furnishings of the night bus have evolved over its long history, though certain elements remain consistent. The brass bedsteads that replace conventional seating during night operations incorporate stabilizing charms that are supposed to prevent passengers from being thrown about during the bus's erratic movements, though any who have experienced the service will attest that these charms are among the least reliable aspects of the vehicle's enchantments. The candles used for interior illumination employ the same self-trimming, ever-burning enchantments found at Hogwarts, but with the addition of a stabilizing charm that keeps their flames vertical regardless of the bus's orientation. This seemingly minor magical touch prevents fires during the sudden stops and direction changes that characterize the night bus's progress through traffic. Perhaps the most complex magical element of the night bus is its navigation system. Unlike Muggle vehicles which follow fixed routes, the night bus must respond to summons from anywhere in Britain and determine the most magically efficient route to collect and deposit multiple passengers with diverse destinations. This functionality depends on an enchanted mapping system located behind a hidden panel near the driver's seat. This mapping system, which predates similar magical artifacts like the Marauder's map by nearly a century, continuously updates to reflect both the physical landscape and the magical population's needs. It registers the distinctive magical signature created when a witch or wizard extends their wand arm at the roadside, the standard method of summoning the bus, and calculates optimal collection order based on current passenger destinations and magical transportation conditions. The operational management of the night bus has always been a somewhat informal arrangement compared to other ministry-regulated transportation services. While technically overseen by the Department of Magical Transportation, day-to-day operations are largely left to the discretion of the crew. This operational independence dates back to 1892, when driver Percival Steady Hands Flannery and conductor Magenta Comstock successfully argued that the unpredictable nature of emergency magical transportation required on-the-spot decision-making that couldn't be managed through bureaucratic channels. This independent operation extends to fare structures, which have historically been determined by destination distance and desired extras rather than through standardized ministry-approved rates. The famous hot chocolate service, complete with optional hot water bottle and toothbrush in your choice of color, represents one of many passenger comfort innovations introduced by entrepreneurial conductors throughout the bus's history. The crew of the night bus typically consists of just two individuals, a driver and a conductor, despite the vehicle's capacity and complex magical systems. This minimal staffing is made possible by the extensive automation built into the bus itself. The driver focuses primarily on navigational decisions and emergency maneuvers, while the magical core maintains the various enchantments with minimal need for adjustment under normal operating conditions. The position of night bus conductor has traditionally been seen as something of an apprenticeship for aspiring drivers, with many conductors eventually moving into the more senior role. The job requires not just collecting fares and assisting passengers, but also maintaining the numerous comfort charms throughout the bus and performing emergency magical repairs when necessary. A combination of customer service and magical maintenance that provides excellent practical experience. The night bus service operates continuously, with driver shifts changing every 12 hours, traditionally at noon and midnight, in a seamless handover that passengers might not even notice. During particularly busy periods, such as major wizarding events or severe weather that disrupts broom travel, the ministry occasionally authorizes the activation of a reserve night bus, though this second vehicle is reported to be considerably older and equipped with less reliable enchantments than the primary bus. Despite its essential service to the wizarding community, the night bus has faced numerous regulatory challenges throughout its existence. The most significant came in 1921, when the then Minister for Magic, Archer Evermond, temporarily suspended the service following a high-profile incident in which the bus appeared directly in front of a Muggle double-decker in Trafalgar Square. Although no collision occurred, thanks to the quick reflexes of driver Marigold Harbottle, who activated the bus's compression charm just in time, the incident prompted a comprehensive review of the vehicle's Muggle avoidance systems. The modernization that followed introduced many of the magical features that characterize the contemporary night bus, including enhanced Muggle repelling capabilities and the sophisticated navigation system that helps prevent such near encounters. These improvements allowed the service to resume after a 3-month suspension and largely prevented similar incidents, though minor violations of the International Statute of Secrecy continue to occur occasionally, keeping ministry obliviators on call for night bus-related memory modifications. From an engineering perspective, the most remarkable aspect of the night bus is how its disparate magical systems function harmoniously, despite being developed and added over more than a century. Unlike purpose-built magical artifacts designed with integrated enchantments, the bus represents a continually evolving magical adaptation of Muggle technology, with new charms and features layered atop existing ones as needs arise and magical innovation permits. This evolutionary approach to magical engineering creates certain inefficiencies and quirks. The famous tendency of the brass beds to slide when stopping suddenly, The occasional shower of sparks from the chandelier during particularly dramatic compressions, the hot chocolate that somehow always seems to be exactly 1 degree below pleasantly drinkable temperature, but also gives the night bus its distinctive character and remarkable resilience. For the stranded witch or wizard, the sudden appearance of that purple triple-decker represents more than just convenient transportation. It embodies the wizarding community's commitment to ensuring that no magical person need rely on Muggle methods in moments of need. The somewhat harrowing journey that follows, beds sliding wildly as the bus squeezes between oncoming trucks, the conductor's casual conversation while buildings leap out of the way, fellow passengers turning slightly green as the vehicle takes another impossible turn, becomes a shared experience that connects generations of magical travelers. As we reach the end of our exploration of the night bus, with our fire burning low and the night growing late, perhaps you find yourself wondering when you might next need to extend your wand arm at an empty roadside. If so, remember to step back after signaling, for the night bus stops for no one, but it always arrives precisely when needed. And perhaps consider this question as you drift toward sleep. What other seemingly mundane objects in your world might conceal extraordinary capabilities, waiting only for the correct signal to reveal their hidden magic? Chapter 12. The Prefect's Bathroom. Hidden behind an ordinary-seeming door on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle, protected by a password known only to a privileged few, lies one of the most luxurious and enchanting spaces in the entire school. A sanctuary of marble, magic, and gentle splashing waters that offers respite from the demands of leadership and the pressures of academic excellence. The prefect's bathroom stands as both a symbol of status and a practical acknowledgement that those who shoulder additional responsibilities deserve certain comforts not afforded to the general student population. As the embers of our fire glow softly, casting gentle shadows across the room, let us explore this remarkable chamber, its history, its enchantments, and the place it holds in the experiences of generations of Hogwarts' most distinguished students. The prefect's bathroom was not part of the original castle construction, but was added in the late 14th century during a period of significant renovation under headmistress Phillida Spore. Historical accounts suggest that Spore, who had Hearse, both served as a Hufflepuff prefect during her student days, recognized the need for a private space where those entrusted with student leadership could refresh themselves and find moments of quiet reflection away from the responsibilities of their position. The location chosen for this special facility, the 5th floor of the East Wing, was significant for both practical and symbolic reasons. Practically, it provided access to one of the castle's main water sources, a natural spring that emerges from the bedrock beneath Hogwarts and had previously been used primarily for groundskeeping purposes. Symbolically, the 5th floor represented a middle point between the highest and lowest levels of the castle, reflecting the prefect's position as intermediaries between staff and students. The architectural design of the bathroom combines elements of Roman thermae with medieval British bathing traditions, creating a space that feels both timelessly elegant and distinctly magical. The chamber is roughly rectangular, its considerable size immediately apparent to first-time visitors who might expect a more conventional bathroom. The ceiling soars overhead, vaulted in the Gothic style that characterizes much of Hogwarts architecture, with enchanted windows that provide natural light regardless of the room's actual position within the castle. The centerpiece of the bathroom, and the feature that most astonishes new prefects upon their first visit, is the swimming pool-sized bath sunken into the floor at the center of the room. Carved from a single massive block of white marble, this enormous tub is deeper than a standard bathing vessel, but shallower than an actual swimming pool, designed for luxurious soaking rather than vigorous exercise. Around its perimeter, approximately 100 golden taps line the edge, each adorned with a different jewel and each producing water with unique properties when turned. These taps represent some of the most delightful charm work in the castle. One might release water infused with relaxation potions that ease tired muscles after Quidditch practice, Another produces streams containing essence of lavender and chamomile to calm exam-frazzled nerves. Others create different colored waters with varying scents, from rose to cedar to fresh ocean breeze. Perhaps most popular are the taps that release not water, but multicolored bubbles, as large as beach balls, which float gently across the surface of the bath and pop with soft musical notes when touched. The enchantment of these taps involves sophisticated integration of potions and charms, creating water that contains potion elements without requiring actual brewing, and ensuring that these elements remain stable when combined in the bath. This magic must be periodically renewed by the Hogwarts staff, typically during summer holidays when the bathroom sees little use. Rumor suggests that Professor Phileas Flitwick personally oversees this maintenance, adding new charm variations based on prefect suggestions collected throughout the year. Above the bath, a diving board extends from one wall, though historical accounts suggest it is rarely used for its intended purpose. More commonly, prefects use it as a quiet reading spot or meditation perch, enjoying the steam rising from the water below while catching up on studies, or simply taking a rare moment of solitude in the busy castle environment. The walls of the prefect's bathroom are lined with fluffy white towels that replenish themselves when supplies run low, thanks to a household charm linked to the Hogwarts laundry facilities far below. Simple privacy screens of carved wood stand in corners for those who prefer modesty when changing, though tradition holds that most prefects simply arrive wearing bathrobes over their pajamas, prepared for a relaxing soak before bedtime. Soft lighting pervades the chamber, emanating primarily from candles that float near the ceiling in golden holders, never dripping wax and adjusting their brightness automatically to the occupant's preference. This enchantment, similar to that used in the Great Hall, but on a more intimate scale, creates an atmosphere conducive to relaxation, without the jarring brightness of more utilitarian spaces in the castle. The acoustics of the bathroom contribute significantly to its soothing atmosphere. The combination of high ceilings, water surfaces, and strategically placed sound-dampening charms creates what magical architects call a tranquility sphere, an environment where sounds blend into a gentle ambient backdrop rather than creating harsh echoes or carrying to unwanted ears. Conversations held at normal volume remain private despite the room's size, allowing prefects to discuss sensitive matters without concern for eavesdropping. Perhaps the most famous feature of the prefect's bathroom, aside from the magnificent bath itself, is the mermaid portrait that adorns the wall opposite the entrance. This painting, created by an unknown artist, believed to have been a Ravenclaw alumnus from the 16th century, depicts a beautiful blonde mermaid seated on a rock amid a turbulent sea. Unlike the merpeople who reside in the Black Lake, whose appearance more closely resembles that of selkies in wizarding zoological classification, this artistic representation aligns with the more romanticized version of merfolk popularized in both wizarding and Muggle folklore. The mermaid in the portrait is notably interactive, though not conversational in the manner of many Hogwarts paintings. She moves gracefully within her frame, combing her hair, diving playfully into her painted sea, or simply watching bathroom occupants with curious eyes. According to castle legend, she will occasionally offer advice through pantomime to troubled prefects who speak their concerns aloud while bathing, though many dismiss this as mere rumor embellished through generations of prefect lore. Access to this luxurious facility is carefully controlled through a password system similar to that used for house common rooms. The password changes regularly, typically at the beginning of each term, and is distributed to current prefects, the head boy and girl Quidditch captains, and of course the teaching staff. This relatively limited access makes the bathroom one of the most exclusive spaces in Hogwarts, its use considered both a privilege and a perk of leadership positions. The social significance of the prefect's bathroom extends beyond mere luxury. For many newly appointed prefects, their first visit represents a tangible acknowledgement of their new status and responsibilities. The password, often something appropriately dignified like pine fresh or squeaky clean, serves as a verbal token of their inclusion in a select group that crosses house boundaries. creating a shared experience among student leaders who might otherwise have limited interaction. Over the centuries, the prefect's bathroom has witnessed countless moments of both solitude and camaraderie. Some prefects, particularly those with demanding academic schedules or intensive Quidditch training, value it primarily as a place for physical relaxation and muscle recovery. Others appreciate the quiet contemplation it affords, using late-night soaks to consider difficult disciplinary decisions or plan community-building activities for their houses. The bathroom has also served as an informal neutral ground where prefects from different houses can discuss inter-house matters without the territorial associations of common rooms or the public nature of the Great Hall. Many successful school-wide initiatives have emerged from casual conversations held amid the fragrant bubbles and gentle steam of this shared sanctuary. Beyond its regular function, the prefect's bathroom has occasionally played unexpected roles in Hogwarts history. During the Triwizard Tournament of 1994-95, the bathroom became an unexpected clue venue when Cedric Diggory suggested Harry Potter, who was not yet a prefect, but was granted temporary access as a tournament champion, take his golden egg there to decipher its message. The underwater acoustics of the massive bath proved ideal for hearing the merpeople's song that would otherwise be unintelligible in air, demonstrating how even the most luxurious spaces at Hogwarts often contain practical magical properties beyond their apparent purpose. In times of crisis, the bathroom has served more serious functions. During dragon pox outbreaks in earlier centuries, its large bathing pool was occasionally repurposed for healing baths infused with medicinal potions. More recently, during the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998, its sturdy doors and relatively remote location made it a temporary shelter for younger students being evacuated from the castle. The maintenance of the prefect's bathroom falls under the joint purview of the castle's house elves and Mr. Filch, the caretaker, though records suggest the elves handle the majority of regular cleaning, while Filch primarily manages the mechanical aspects of the plumbing. Despite being centuries old, the bathroom's pipes and fixtures function flawlessly due to regular maintenance charms that prevent mineral buildup and magical reinforcement of the original plumbing. Etiquette surrounding the use of the prefect's bathroom has evolved over generations but maintains certain constants. A simple enchanted scheduling board near the entrance allows prefects to reserve time slots, preventing awkward encounters. Tradition holds that bathroom users cast a simple locking charm on the door during occupation, though the room itself contains subsidiary privacy enchantments that fog the stained glass windows if occupied and create a subtle warning sensation for potential entrance if someone is already bathing. The subtle magic of the bathroom extends to practical considerations as well. The water temperature maintains itself at the bather's preference without additional adjustment, and the massive bath can fill or drain in minutes, despite its considerable volume, thanks to enchantments on the plumbing system that accelerate water flow without creating disruptive currents or noise. After use, a simple cleaning charm activates automatically, ensuring the facility remains pristine for the next prefect. For many alumni of Hogwarts who served as prefects, the bathroom represents one of their most fondly remembered privileges. In interviews conducted for Hogwarts, a History Revised edition, numerous former students mentioned the prefect's bathroom specifically as something they missed after graduation. One former Hufflepuff prefect from the 1970s noted poignantly that she had never again experienced quite the same combination of luxury and privacy that the bathroom provided during her challenging New Tea years. The legacy of the prefect's bathroom extends beyond individual memories to influence wizarding architecture more broadly. Several exclusive wizarding hotels and spas have created bathing facilities explicitly inspired by the Hogwarts original, though most lack the authentic charm and centuries of magical refinement that make the original so special. The most famous such homage exists at the Hogsmeade Hydropathic Hotel, where the prefect's suite features a marble bath with 12 taps, a pale imitation of the 100 at Hogwarts, and a painting of a merman who, visitors often complain, spends most of his time sleeping against his rock. As we conclude our exploration of this special sanctuary within Hogwarts Castle, the fire before us burns low, mirroring perhaps the gentle dimming of candles that might signal to a prefect that their time of relaxation draws to a close, that responsibilities await beyond the bathroom's protected doors. The prefect's bathroom stands as a testament to the understanding that leadership requires not just privilege but restoration, that those who guide others must themselves find moments of peace and reflection. Before we part, consider this question as you drift toward dreams. What private sanctuary might you create for yourself, combining beauty, comfort, and functionality in perfect balance? What elements would restore not just your body but your spirit after the challenges of guiding others?